Good morning, dear friends. Good morning, dear participants. Today is April 23, and we are broadcasting from Nazarbayev Center, whereas we have the second forum of social projects. Now we are going to have section 2, Business and Sustainable Development. The topic of sustainable development became a relevant one within the forum of the today initiatives in regard to the social matters. Now we are going to have other best interesting speakers, insights, recommendations, and today we are going to have 4 respective sessions until the noon time. And I do call upon all of the participants to be more active, given that we have the hybrid format, online and offline. Here we have our dear experts, local and international ones. Besides that, we have a big internet audience that I would like to engage more actively. Please have your questions, be more proactive, be involved. Our speakers definitely would be answering your questions with interest. We would like to thank the organizers of the forum, all the partners, thanks to whom this forum is taking place. The today forum's agenda has many insights and many expert opinions, and I would like now to introduce Asel Arslanbekova, the Director of Agency CSR Central Asia, my co-moderator. Good morning, Asel. Good morning, Yerbol. I'm very much glad to get to the first part of the second day, and I would like, with a great pleasure, to introduce you, intern Yerbol Ismailov, Director General, Eurasian Center for People Management. I do hope that the second day is going to be very much fruitful. I also do hope for that as well, given our excellent speakers, definitely. Could you please introduce them? First of all, definitely I would like to provide with just brief information about what we are going to be engaged with during the first panel session. It's called SDG Agenda in Business Sector, International and National Experience. It is known for everyone that the notion of sustainable development is clearly stipulated and mentioned within the Sustainable Development Goals that were adopted in 2015. In the 6-year period, while the businesses engaged in the SDG matters, we have the impetus on the national and international markets in Kazakhstan as well. Now, sustainable and principle-based businesses are important and in demand as never ever. Now we are going to speak about what drivers, what mechanisms, what trends take place on the global markets and to what extent Kazakhstani businesses are sensitive in that regard and how they implement respective activities on the agenda. First of all, let me introduce our friend from Russia, Marina Vashchikova. She is Executive Director of the Association National Network of the Global Compact, the Network of the Global Compact of the United Nations in Russia. Once again, thank you very much. Before us giving the floor to Marina, sharing the best experience, I would like just to remind about the schedule, dear speakers. Indeed, we have 7-8 minutes at maximum for the speeches. We'd like thus to have our viewers, participants on YouTube, on the internet, to be more involved and ask as many professional questions as possible. Thank you very much. Now the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear viewers. I'm very much pleasant to be here. I represent the National Network of the Global Compact to the United Nations. That's an international initiative under the aegis of the United Nations. Corporate social responsibility and social responsibility in general for businesses. The task of the initiative is to mobilize international movements of the companies throughout the globe that support and promote respective principles in human rights, labor relationships, environment, as well as countering corruption. And since 2015, definitely, they've been trying to have as much involvement of their businesses into the development of SDGs agenda as possible. And within the brief speech, I would like just to mention about that whether the SDGs indeed kind of a systematic indicator system that allows us to analyze the changes that take place not only in terms of the Sustainable Development Agenda that now is a leading point in the respective activities and discussions in terms of the fate of the globe, the paradigm of the respective activities, and in terms of whether it is required for the humankind and how the agenda affects the development of the business's development as an institution, as a notion. Now we are living in general in a period when many postulates that used to be monolith and now they are being rethought in many activities, I guess, in terms of the businesses and their activities. Again, the SDGs, what are they about? In terms of the overall notions, it maybe seems too far from the businesses. Those are mainly from the first point, look about the biodiversity, environment, global things in general, the respective responsible consumption globally, fair and exclusive societies, the world we would like to have in terms of the values, the planet, the human beings, economy, and their relationships. If we are going to get respective, remember, circles given the infographics, the lowest one, the most dependent one would be the respective economic activities, then the site, and all our businesses, all the respective other things are in the respective environmental circle as well. But the point is that all those common declarative for someone things now are becoming the true business agenda, and due to that, we change not only the approaches of the businesses in terms of the sustainable and responsible consumption and in what the businesses exist at all, how also they should approach the points of what used to be natural for the businesses, like profits, the interests of the shareholders, partnerships, and so on. I'm just going to highlight only, in my point of view, the most maybe important or widespread trends that are illustrations. Now they are trending matters, but they are kind of standards as well. If you're going to just select some companies, sample some of them, definitely not going to find all of them who are realizing all the aspects in full and who are adhering totally to the respective matters. But we are at the very growth point that suggests basically that the most far-sighted companies that indeed do understand that the factors of their success and sustainable development of their businesses, growth within the respective activities that we have, that's the agenda that is a key one for them in those things. The first point is about the unprecedented extension of the borders of businesses today. All of us definitely, we all know what the corporate social responsibility is. The SDGs can be called kind of a new modern tier of that responsibility that extend the respective businesses activities, whether SMEs, businesses of large nature, agriculture, or other ones, all of them are sharing responsibility for the global development. One of the mottos there is that no one should be lagging behind. And definitely all of that allows us now to see to what extent everything is interrelated in this world in terms of the pandemic that we are undergoing right now. That's one of the most illustrative things, to what extent the world is fragile and to what extent everything is interrelated. The ecology and the matters of poverty, the biosphere, their respective economic activities, their respective businesses adopt the accountability practices, the results of their respective national efforts in sustainable development, and so on. Today, given all that in the strategy of the sustainable development agenda, we definitely have the extended understanding of the respective responsibility elements in terms of green and circular economy, the low carbon economy, the human rights, the matters of biodiversity, diversity, the matters of access to respective BODs, for example, in terms of gender equality, that's about development of territories, that's corporate volunteering, that's charitable organizations and systems and so on. Basically, those borders responsible for the prosperity of the world, for the transfiguration of the world, what we have within the SDGs, that's a modern progressive approach in terms of business responsibilities. Today, now it's not only about the financial gain indicators for the businesses in terms of their efficiency, as I already mentioned. Now, efficiency is related in terms of also how businesses attain their profits and whether that profit has any social dimension. And that way we have the rationale developed not only on the platforms of the SDGs system in the United Nations, but all across the globe. The success of investments also is related to what extent the businesses are effective in regard to their respective social and economic outputs that they have. The third very important matter that in terms of transformation of businesses, the SDGs move us to, that's about that the ambitions are not enough. That's the position of the UN that's translated for the businesses. Smaller gradual steps are not enough so as to attain those changes, systematic matters that we have now. Here, businesses have one of the key roles, and respectively the ambitions of businesses in terms of sustainable development, they should be comparable to the ambitions of the SDGs. And the last two important matters, definitely, that's about how businesses can present their efforts in SDGs and what we have in regard to the accountability, transparency, communications in general. Today, the non-financial reporting, the sustainable development reporting, if to speak about the leadership practices of those trends, the standards, they are not something auxiliary or additional, and the focus is now on them being more about being able to translate the results and simultaneously with the respective financial reporting. The communications change, marketing matters change. Even the most advanced platforms in marketing advertisement definitely have the accent put on to have the positive changes that the SDGs are what makes your business moved. The agenda is in the basis of the projects that can be translated to society so that the values would be understood by everyone to be common. Thank you very much. Marina, I do hope that we're going to come back to that. The audience will be staying with us, and we would like to have a note in our discussion so that our audience is going to be active not only on YouTube channel where we have the broadcast of our section live. Dear audience, dear friends, could you please jot down the phone number? I'm going to mention it slowly. 8701 794 7777. That's my mobile phone number. Through WhatsApp or Telegram, you can ask questions to our speakers. Definitely, we're going to have them mentioned. I would like to add that definitely we are not going to be able to answer all the questions within the panel session unless we're having a good opportunity for our participants who are going to have the respective comments under the respective translation, the broadcast, and then we would like to ask the speakers to cover the respective questions if they're going to be put for your respective organizations so that no question would be left behind. Right, now we would like to give the floor to the next speaker. We have a very interesting expert. Despite her fragility, Elvira deals with very global matters throughout all the country, and now I'd like to introduce our speaker, Elvira Konakbayeva, Director of the Department of Corporate governance of Samruk Kazana joint stock company, that's a sovereign wealth fund of Kazakhstan, and Elvira can definitely tell about what kind of best practices Samruk Kazana has, as well as its subsidiaries have. Elvira, please have the floor. Good morning, dear participants of the forum. Irbol, thank you for such a greeting. First of all, I would like to express gratitude for us having today such a forum hosted dedicated to the topic of the sustainable development. I'm just going to get my speech within 7 to 10 minutes at maximum and share the experience of the fund, how we introduce the respective sustainable development goals in the companies, the fund's experience. If we go to the notion of the sustainable development that started in 2015 with the introduction of the new code of corporate governance, where the sustainable development was dedicated with a separate division. We set the respective principles, the elements and process of the sustainable development. As of now, the sustainable development is an integral part of the fund's strategic development. In fact, the strategic development of the fund is the strategy of sustainable development.
And for the implementation of the strategy, the companies of the fund are working to introduce the principles of the ASD and integral economic, environmental, social missions into business processes, as well as decision-making process is made under different principles. We fully support the agenda in the sphere of sustained development as well as UN SDGs, and we continuously strive to integrate appropriate projects in our processes. One confirmation is probably the fact that in 2020, our fund joined the top 20, UN's top 20 in the sphere of sustained development. The introduction of the new ASD principles is a priority activity for the fund, together with the transition of the fund into an investment holding company. But first of all, we realize that the main contribution into country development is done by our companies, the majority of which are in the ranks of national companies. So we act as the methodological center and the moderator in the general process of introduction of SDGs. To take a look at the presentation, I hope it is available to all participants, both online and offline. For the complex and full-fledged development in 2018, we adopted the sustained development concept and 9 initiatives that are uniform for all of our subsidiaries. Industrial initiatives are adopted by companies on themselves depending on their specifics. So what is SD for Samruk Kazina Group? First of all, that is powerful corporate governance and the proper risk culture, transparent and risk-oriented system of decision-making. Financial stability is our priority, maximization of profits for the benefit of the state. Development of human capital as the foundation for any development, and we pay a lot of and special attention to development of our human resources and assets. We have high ethical standards, and counter-corruption is beginning more and more significant. Also, we work to make our procurement system more transparent. We support local manufacturers and we work to increase local content. High transparency of our activities absolutely are priorities to us because it gives us opportunity to communicate information to all those concerned. Powerful culture in the sphere of HSE and environmental responsibility are a priority for our industrial operating companies. And as long as we're planning the transition towards the ranks of an investment holding, we develop the principle of responsible investing based on ESG. Each initiative has projects within the fund and in our portfolio companies. That particular approach helped us understand that SD is not an individual initiative of an entity or a person. This is not a separate slice from a pie. This is a common pie, and we all make contribution into the making of that pie. Unfortunately, 10 minutes are not enough to share information about all projects, but every year we publish consolidated reports on our sustained development in accordance to GRI formats. It is available. Now let's talk about integration, UN SDGs. What particular targets are we working on? I have 6 on my list from the standpoint of good health and well-being. All of our workers are mandatorily insured in medical sphere. We have powerful HSE policy as to gender equality. We are expanding the number of women in the boards of directors. For example, in KTG, in Air Astana, we have women in the board of directors, and we are still working in that direction. From the standpoint of the good quality education, Yerbol can confirm Jas Urken and Digital Summer. Those are the projects we implement for our youth. We work with academic institutions to improve the quality of education. We have very good system for professional and vocational training for our human resources and assets. I think in general, our payroll is quite worthy compared to other companies operating in the country, and our procurement procedures are pretty much transparent because we pay a lot of attention to transparency. And how do we implement those projects? I can talk a little bit about procurement now. The sense is in the fact that we have a uniform portal used by all companies of the fund. This is a single database. So what do we do within the framework of procurement? We are introducing the pre-qualificational selection of suppliers and vendors, thus increasing the level of quality of our vendors and suppliers. Consequently, we receive good services, commodities, and goods, and our vendors and suppliers work their own levels up. We can demand from our suppliers and vendors compliance to some additional provisions, for example, environmental or social responsibility considerations in the course of implementation of some projects. Also, we keep monitoring the share of local content, and by means of our activities, the local content in procurement today is 75%. That started in 2017. In 2019, we saved 155 billion tenge from procurement, and in 2019, approximately 9,000 suppliers and vendors have passed pre-qualification abroad, and approximately 10,000 services and commodities by categories have been included into our new databases. In 2019, also, if a sum of tender is in excess to 150 billion tenges, we invite civil society representatives to observe those tenders and control them. In case the tender value is in excess to 250 billion Kazakh tenge, we invite representatives from the Atomic Chamber to observe such tenders. All such measures implemented in the sphere of procurement and in general throughout the whole group of companies managed to help us to improve the quality of what we procure, and we are involving civil society in our procurement processes. So this is just one example. In the principle, if you have questions, I'm ready to report some other examples from our practices. But the mainstream thought is that the strategy of development of the fund is the sustained development of the whole country. Thank you. Thank you, Elvira. I hope I liked your statement that today we have more girls included into the composition of the board of directors. So I wish you, Elvira, to become a member of a BOD in future. As to involvement of business into business processes of the fund, we can discuss it later during a Q&A session. I invite to this discussion Oljas, the representative of Atomic Business Chamber. I give the floor. Dear friends, thank you very much for your activity. I have first questions on my WhatsApp chat room. Now the floor is given to Oljas Ordabayev, Deputy Chairperson of the National Chamber of Entrepreneurs Atomic. He will share approaches practiced in chamber. Good day, dear friends, dear colleagues. So it's my pleasure to welcome all of you here. So I wanted, first of all, to wish all of us strong health and successful expiration of the pandemic period. We're all tired of this. The population and the business are under pressure. So let's keep our dignity while surviving through this period, protecting our families, friends, and business partners. This is one important factor for sustained development. And I want to discharge the atmosphere a little bit. If you have paid attention, Elvira, after your words that today sustained development is a must-have, Yerbol immediately announced his phone number in live air. That only proves that openness is a routine phenomenon in our lifestyle. Now let's talk about business. I shall not talk about complications and challenges entrepreneurs experience today. I can talk about systemic projects we are implementing these days to one way or another resolve the main problems in the business sphere for us all to step on the path of sustained development. So aggregately, all the problems are pretty much common in the regions: a lack of cheap, short money, administrative pressure, and lack of qualified human resources and assets. As to latter factor, I wanted to talk about this. Atomic works a lot to improve the quality of the human capital and would like to have more and more young people having the access to good quality education, and for those people to be capable of finding employment somewhere in Samruk or its subsidiaries. So for that, we have the so-called dual education, when 50% of their time college students spend in the workplaces, taking into consideration that blue collars are mostly demanded, people of the working specifications. This is where we operate most actively. We have attracted 4,000 companies and entrepreneurs to give them individual training. College students, young people, those are some applied skills, practical skills they acquire. So today, approximately 43,000 students take our courses. This is not the limit. This is not something to be proud about. We want to expand that headcount for more people to acquire practical skills. We have projects related to secondary schools. We have analyzed and identified, and we found statistics that concerned us. Approximately 60% of freshmen reported what they missed in secondary schools, and they said that what they were missing in the secondary schools were the so-called soft skills, communication, working team, critical thinking, emotional intelligence, public speaking. That was a problem for approximately 30% of young people. They need soft skills, and we paid attention to that. And in the last 4 years, we've been introducing into secondary school itineraries new academic discipline, the basics of entrepreneurial activity, not with the purpose to breed a lot of businessmen, but just for general life competence of those people, for those people to be capable to work in teams, to be capable to protect and justify and substantiate their business plans, for them to be capable to critically assess certain ideas, not from standpoint I like it, I dislike it, but sober-mindedly and in pragmatic ways. So these are the options we give young people to develop their soft skills and select professions that they will enjoy in future. Unfortunately, as the scientific research says, approximately 1/3 of young professionals question the righteousness of their selection of profession. So today we work actively about professional orientation of future apprentices to help people make the right choices in professions and increase the effectivity of each individual employer.
For each and every employer, they're going to be engaged. We are also very much engaged with the higher education system. For 4 years in a row, we have the respective rankings provided for the higher education institutions in terms of their curricula, in terms of their programs. We provide with feedback for all of our institutions regard to the things that are not so far provided in our educational institutions and what we should think about. I'm not going to be too long about the results of the respective rankings for the universities. In principle, much wider presentations are available for that, but within the 4 years, by 20%, we had the increase, I would say, the positive evaluation assessment of the respective industry experts, practices, practitioners, I would say, in regard to them. And there, I believe our certain role is there as well, that basically pushes the educational institutions to be more interactive with the market, the labor market. Also, there are projects within the respective SDG of eradicating poverty. For 2 years, we have that. We are going to roll that out for the whole country. So far, that's available in 3 cities, the mobile labor or employment centers. We have them modeled or kind of cars, containers, put the respective places of unemployment, and there we show and support people with respective trainings. We tell them about what they can learn, how they can learn, who they can become. And there on the mobile platforms, we had psychologists, consultants, or psychologists consultants who basically provided information for the people who they can be and what they can deal with, because it is very much difficult for them to find their way out of the situation. So we employed more than 1,500 people within the period. We had the project implemented based on the respective order of the Minister of Labor. That was our own activity, and we can get that as per the SDG related to eradication of poverty. We have the project Bastau. Starting 2017, 150,000 Kazakhstanians, mainly in remote areas and villages, not urban people at all, whom we are not accustomed to see at trainings and webinars, have been studied the respective entrepreneurship basics. We help them to open up their own businesses. And just imagine, a third out of 150,000 people, could you imagine, around 45,000 people came up with their own businesses. Those are not doctored figures. That's already confirmed by the respective registration of respective companies receiving grants, microfinancing lines. Those are indeed the people who found out their own businesses and ways out of the situation. they came up to. That's about small enterprises like some shops in villages or small dairy processing facilities, some small plants in the rural areas in the districts, and that help indeed the people to earn living for their families. I would like to interrupt. It is very much interesting for our audience. I was myself an eyewitness to how Basta works. I just came from another region just recently. We can see that the help is there, and the point is definitely about using more communication channels so as to have more awareness about it. We are going to come back to Ojas once again. We wouldn't be so much filled in with the respective experts unless we would have all of our experts. I see indeed the new agenda in sustainable development. That's a reality, the reality that strengthens the respective efforts and undertakings of the businesses for solving ecological, social, and other problems. The companies that lag behind definitely should change their activities. The agenda would influence the companies, how they position themselves, how they are treated by the society, including how they are also treated by the investment community. The investment community now is one of the major locomotives so as to have the respective social responsibility principles to be introduced. Now I'd like to introduce Adat Abdulmanapova, our next speaker, coordinator of the project program of IFC for developing practices of ecological, social, and corporate governance in Europe and Central Asia, the World Bank Group, ADLAT. Hello, dear colleagues. Good morning, dear colleagues. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear participants of the forum. On behalf of the International Financial Corporation, I would like to thank the organizers for having such a remarkable event. We indeed have very interesting discussions, and even now I can hear the colleagues, the speakers. It is very much interesting, the questions that they raise, the practices that they mention. Within my presentation, that's going to be very much, unfortunately, brief, would like to add to the notes of my colleagues. Indeed, the time is short, but I'd like to share with lots of things and definitely to cover the whole range of diverse elements geographically and in other matters of the IFC in terms of sustainable development and in terms of the very input that the IFC provides for implementing the SDGs. The only point here I would like to note that our organization directly reflects the SDGs. IFC is a part of the World Bank Group, the mission of which is to eradicate poverty and to facilitate the common prosperity. Our organization, the IFC, provides that by providing financing of different types of investments, providing consultation services so as to facilitate private businesses in the developing countries. As I already mentioned, we represent the investment community and we work mainly with private companies. I personally represent the IFC Directorate that provides with technical assistance or consultancy in ESG, ecological, corporate, and respective social governance. And indeed, I would like to tell that it became an axiom that the purely sustainable development of the companies and the respective growth are possible by introducing the respective ESG standards and practices. And here, dear colleagues, I would like to discuss about three major points or aspects. The first one is that while working with companies in different regions, we can see that there is still a lack of misunderstanding of the ESG concepts. For example, just recently we worked with a client that referred to us to provide this assistance to develop the respective policy of social corporate responsibility. But when we started discussing that with the banks, respective organizations, what they want to see, it turned out that in fact the bank, for example, thinks about introducing the SDGs so as to set up the respective ESG practices and introduce the full-fledged governance system in terms of ecological and social risks, in particular through the prism of the corporate governance. Basically, we do understand definitely that SCR for a long while have been an important part of the respective sustainable development tools, but as Marina noted, as of now, businesses and their efforts in terms of sustainable growth, they are far outside the corporate social responsibility only. One of the experts mentioned if from SCR we are going to remove the C social or S social because it is just one of the elements, then the corporate responsibility is much wider in here indeed. Definitely, it is also about, as a matter of rule, satisfying some interests of the groups like employees, local groups. That's about SCR, but while ESG is about three pillars: ecological, social, and corporate sustainability. And here it is very much important to know that we all the time cover that ESG should be integrated into the DNA of the company. All the business process of the company, strategical and operational. Elvira excellently demonstrated the example of how it is undertaken in the group of the company or a certain company. That is the very approach of the best practices. Maybe I shouldn't add anything because Elvira in particular demonstrated how it is introduced strategically as well as operationally in addition to the supply chain elements. The practices are required from the suppliers, contractors, the company works with. In addition to what I would like to add is what basically Marina characterized very well the matters of ESG, calling transparency, communications, openness as important matters. And I would like to add just one thing: leadership should be there. Again, such concepts are not possible to be integrated if only one single department does the respective things, or if the respective management board only does that. Again, it should be from the above. It is about the BOD first and foremost. The agendas of the BODs, strategic agendas, should have the respective issues of social development, what they would like to do, what they strive for, and how everything is integrated. The next point, it is very much important. You shouldn't reinvent the wheel. Their participants of the forum, their colleagues, everything has been there for a long while, has been developed for a long while, tested for a while, but someone already has taken a respective sense, all the publications, tools, everything is available. IFC is one of the renowned global leaders in terms of developing the diagnostics tools and having respective scientific tools, the assessment of the respective ecological, social, and governance-related risk. For example, if you are going to get to our website, there you can find many different documents, material available online, free. Many of them are there. Again, so as to rule out the tendencies, the very principles, the IFC also initiates and leads many important initiatives and projects. And for our discussions points, I would like to mention one of the initiatives within which in 2019, more than 60 leading global investors supported the so-called key principles in respective impact management that were reported by the IFC. Those principles stipulate the major points on governing investment funds that were formed so as to invest funds in projects, the implementation of which would positively affect ecology, social matters, as well as would secure investment profits or at least would make the goals more effective. And it is very much pleasant that Kazakhstan is not standing aside with the initiative, since the National Managing Fund by Tarek expressed the interest to join those principles, and we do hope that these kind of cooperation elements would provide with a respective trend, the important one within the investment community. We need to have role models. We need those who would boost the agenda together with Samruk Kazana Fund, what Elvira mentioned in detail. We are very much glad to cooperate with Tarek in implementing the principles I mentioned. And finally, the final point, dear colleagues, it is very much important to have infrastructure available so as to help the companies to implement the SDGs, to understand, first of all, about what the SDGs are. Unfortunately, in Kazakhstan, the infrastructure is still only developing. We can't tell not. We have everything that the companies can take and use them. But it is very much important, and glad that within the recent times, many things have been done. First of all, we established the National Corporate Governance Council with the respective division in the respective document for the respective matters of responsibility that will allow the respective leadership to take their principles and what we have in the respective legislative acts. Just a few years ago, Kazakhstan Stock Exchange came up with a document methodology on disclosing information as per ESG, and the companies that refer to us with respective advice request we all the time refer to the document because the specific criteria and indicators are mentioned there in terms of reporting and disclosure of information within ESG principles, so as you can understand what's there in terms of that. And dear colleagues, in conclusion, I would like to join all just and wish all of you strong health, good prosperity, and to overcome the period. Finally, the spring is here. Thank you very much. I'm going to be more than glad to answer all the questions I'd led. Thank you. On behalf of the organizers, we would like to give you 10 out of 10. You get 8 minutes sharp. Thank you very much for maintaining the schedule. And the most important thing that within those 8 minutes, you put the most valuable and the most required information that is there for our audience, and that will allow us to move further in that direction in regard to observing the SDGs. We have one more online friend. With a great pleasure, I would like to invite the friend who is in Almaty studio, that's Galina Tukhina, Executive Director, Kazakhstan Association of Subsoil Users for Sustainable Development, or KAPUR in Russian. Galina, welcome. You have 8 minutes. Please have the floor. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this forum for such an interesting discussion that we had yesterday, in particular for the whole day. There's no stop. We listened to the speakers, and today I would like to thank the speakers who had their speeches before me. Indeed, you covered the very basic notions that the businesses are grounded with and based on. And I would like to start my speech with the epigraph. We cannot have strong, healthy people on an unhealthy planet. Last year's crisis demonstrated that everything is interrelated and the people are the core of that. Meanwhile, all the largest companies, the leaders, admit that the market relationships that they have now provide with much more negative than positive influence over the global world. Coming back to the sustainable, just and fair development would require the reload of the respective businesses to change the process in the respective systems. Businesses can be at the core of the respective decision-making process. Our organization was established in April 2013, and within the 8 years proved to be a driver of real practices that are advancing their ways in the respective undertakings. We have the respective sustainable development matters promoted. Now we have the SG implemented with Kazakhstani leaders of economic development. Among our members of the association, we have leaders of Kazakhstan businesses, power, petrochemistry, chemistry, oil and gas industries that provide with significant investments in the respective regions of their presence. They implement the respective modernization programs, large-scale ones dedicated for enhancing the efficiency of natural resources use as well as diminishing the pollutants. However, we now observe that the current practices of fragmented management of natural resources by different stakeholders provide with certain barriers to attain the sustainable development goals and to solve the ecological problems. And yesterday in particular, very much illustrated that different stakeholders, state authorities, NGOs, businesses declare the very same principles and goals, but oftentimes they just cannot negotiate properly in terms of how to achieve them and attain them. That's about national and territorial levels as well. Here we believe that the most important thing here should be about the principles of localization of SDGs as well as solving matters through adaptation of the respective activities related to climate change and water ecosystems.
Because water is something without which nature and human beings as the top of nature cannot live. That is why in March 2021 we had a big international forum. We called it Natural Capital and Sustained Markets, Integrated Approach to Management of Natural Resources in Kazakhstan. It was within the framework of a 5-day marathon under the aegis of the Global Council of Entrepreneurs on Sustained Development, and its main slogan was as follows. So the new initiatives that we orient for the next decade shall be aimed at better understanding of key business opportunities associated with proper governance of natural resources in Kazakhstan, with the water taken as an example. Very briefly, I want to tell you now how we offer what kind of initiatives we are ready to offer to this forum and in which particular of them we are ready to take part. First of all, I want to draw your attention to this particular scheme, which reflects the accounting of goals and principles of sustained development, some individual of them, in national state programs of strategic development. If we can see that 17 targets we have, hunger, famine, gender equality, they all look okay, but we are lagging behind in some of the basic SDGs, for example, preservation of marine and land ecosystems, which means if our strategic thinking does not take that into consideration, we shall not have healthy generations in future. That is why we are open to all concerned parties to share our vision and start designing mechanisms of legal regulation of the governance of natural resources with specific emphasis on ecosystems. The new Eco Code to be introduced in effect in July 2021 has that principle of systemic approach piercing the whole contents of the document, so we need to have it implemented in practice. And why water? Because water is the base element we need for life, for development of agriculture, in the industry, and we offer for the purposes of sustained governance of water resources in Kazakhstan, the implementation of the approach we call basin social corporations. Today, the complex management of water in Kazakhstan scores 30 of 100. And in Kazakhstan, we don't physically have the system for tracing changes in the area of irrigated land in Kazakhstan. This is a critical indicator, losses of drinking water resources. This is the, thank you, Galina. I wanted to address our organizers to place the information that their speakers are sharing with us now, and because of the time limitations, this information in the format of presentation is not available to full now, so you can download from, and it was Galina Artyukhina, Executive Director of Kapur Association for Sustained Development. Now we have a couple of minutes left, and this is for Q&A sessions. It is question asked by Aslan Nurjanov to Marina Vashukova. Marine, how can we embrace things we cannot embrace? Of course, all business processes must be measured. How do you measure care about all? That's a good question. That may require a separate discussion, and we have such discussions already. Well, the thing is, each particular business is not supposed to embrace things it cannot embrace physically. The business must start to operate from where that business is. All recommendations are about identifying priorities. Businesses must connect SDGs to their reality, their business specifics, the results of diagnostics and monitoring, surveillance they perform in their own auspices. So they must analyze their own life. They must select some SDGs they can take care of, not necessarily all 17 of them. They must synchronize SDGs with their corporate strategies and development strategies. So business development and capability to manage must take into consideration the understanding of your positive and negative impacts on the life surrounding you. So this is the specifics that we are all talking about. Some abstract things today are becoming parts of business agendas. They are included into KPIs. So expansion of the agenda is the next phase when we'll have to resolve some key targets for businesses. You cannot save the whole world. You cannot embrace everything unless you don't have a lot of questions closed in your own auspices, your social impact, environmental impact. So basically, let's not strive to be giants. Let's not strive to save the whole planet until we clean up our own houses. Dear friends, thank you for attendance. This particular session could have lasted for 3 and 4 years. Interesting contents, interesting questions, and most important, interesting speakers. Please be reminded, we have had Marina Vashukova, Elvira Konakhbaeva, Olja Sorgabayev, Ms. Abdumanapova, and Galina Artukhina. And I thank my co-moderator, Asel Asembekova. Dear friends, we proceed. This session is over. Please stay with us. Please trace our activities and SDGs forever, of course. In several minutes, we will have the second panel discussion and we'll be waiting for you back. Good day, dear participants of the Forum of Social Projects. We proceed our Business and Sustained Development session. I am welcoming our experts and declaring this session open. ESG and instruments of business practices. In the first session, we have discussed global trends drivers that can be very well synchronized with the national approaches and projects ESG shall become central to sustained development of the companies, and those who today fail to pay the proper attention to ESG approaches shall be less attractive in the eyes of investment partners, international partners. That's why today we are inviting an expert who will explain to us the instruments presumed in that agenda and what value they constitute in the capitals for the companies to attract additional resources. So expert number one, guest from Ukraine, international expert in the sphere of sustained development and ESG, founder of a consulting company, Premier Business Consulting and Communications offices in UK, Russia, and Ukraine, and Kazakhstan, Rostislav Kurenkov. You are given the floor. Thank you, Asil. Good day, dear colleagues. First of all, for invitation to make a speech here. It's an interesting topic. Kazakhstan has shown good progress in this sphere. So a small compliment. Quite recently, KPMG made a research indicating that Kazakhstan is in the top 3 of the countries disclosing information after Germany and Slovenia. So these are the top 3 information disclosure countries in the world, and that goes in line with all the policies and approaches communicated by other speakers. Because I work with the business, it is more customary to me to talk about some practical instruments, precision instruments. Colleagues have done a great job explaining general concepts and philosophies, and I will focus on bonuses, risks, and I will try to show how we can work practically with the concept and how it can help us develop our own companies and make them more sustained. Please, my presentation on screen. So what did I want to tell you? As of today, there are mega trends that define the agenda. The first one is the SDGs themselves. UN SDGs are not something about ambitions. Those are some common planetary problems, but projected into business, they expose new opportunities, new vision on the future structure of capitals and markets, as well as anticipated trends in the business sphere, as well as priorities in the business sphere. So as of today, we can see what particular industries and economic sectors shall enjoy full social support. So we still can do the business in the old traditional way. And the second trend that is unwinding in the business and constitutes the main driver, that's socially responsible investment. For a long time, there were arguments how sustained is the company that is doing the socially sustained investments. So in the last several years, 5 to 7 years, we have acquired some objective statistical data indicating that with that condition closed, you run your business much better. So the last trend is the full turn towards socially responsible business. So this is a part of international sustained development agenda. Today, almost 50% in 2020, 2/3 of companies will be investing into ESG products. In 2 years, it will be more attractive for you to attract investments if you do not produce products that are compliant to ESG. A good example is BlackRock, a leading investor managing $7 trillion. And it also chose not to invest in the companies that are not compliant to ESG companies. And another milestone event for us to understand that this is not something remote. In 2019, a fund from Denmark wanted to buy Norilsk nickel shares, but based on environmental risks. So how did it end? You probably remember an environmental catastrophe that took place in Norilsk. So that approach does work. It does work in the practice. In nowadays, investors realize what they're doing and why they're doing that. Nobody bought the shares of Norilsk nickel. Norilsk became an ESG toxic company. We're not investing into toxic companies and the companies that will be toxic in future. We all know that quasi-sector companies can somehow quote CO2 and play with taxes, but private businesses shall suffer from penalties and protective measures. Basically, if you are not compliant to global agenda, environmental agenda, ESG agenda, then you will be out of business. You cannot rely on reliable contractors. So this is the structure on slide for you to get familiar with. So what is interesting here, why in the principle it works, and why are we talking about co-investing? Because investors, they start from the positions of the sustained development. What is ESG?
That's about the transformation and introduction of the respective methods that measure the respective activities of the companies in the respective areas. Social factors, environmental factors, they are measured regionally, specifically that are related to risks, the respective scores that the companies get. Basically, the modern investor expects from the companies to have a strong focus. As usual, the businesses don't work. It's complex, risky. Speaking in simple language, we used to think about EBITDA, just cash flows, financial and economical results only. But now, of no less importance is to have the respective linkage given the index to, for example, CO2 emissions per respective income unit. And it works. It does. The last slide, 2 minutes. I would like to tell the following. In fact, to get to the market and to comply with the highest standards possible is not that easy. The infrastructure is really bursting. Just 5 years ago, we had 2, 3, 4 standards. We used to think about the respective ISO, GRI, but now we already have standards, thematic ones at the industrial language level, and the respective risk-based approaches. Indeed, for businesses to get to this respective area, they should understand that all the time they should develop. As we have a phrase in your region, the path should be employed by the one who walks, but I would like to rephrase it and to tell that the path should be adopted by the one who runs. And definitely, taking into account all the respective flaws and other things, nevertheless, we have the respective opportunities. And today we definitely need to know, to understand the respective agendas. It was mentioned by the AFC today. Meanwhile, we should have national institutions, national metrics to be created and to be sold to the West as well. What I can see from the respective practice working with companies, Kazakhstani companies, there we have Sustainalytics providing low scores. Oftentimes they don't understand our business models and what kind of sustainability factors our companies employ. My point is that we need to apply the respective efforts, consolidate activities, and develop our own approaches, following them definitely with the respective international standards, and to sell them outside and push them to understand and comprehend the respective sustainability experience and basis that we have take into account that we have certain specific culture and other matters that are operational. And the last point is that definitely we should pay lots of attention to data. Data are really indeed too much, and we also should understand that we should work out the respective activities with analytical agencies. We should be opening up, providing with more transparency. Again, the challenges are many, but meanwhile, Kazakhstan, in my view, has a really good position. We have the fixed assets that are good. We have really good initiatives. After me, we are going to have the head of the Kazakhstan Stock Exchange. They have tremendous experiences, and also we work with Kazatomprom, for example. They have a leading example of providing auditing activities for non-financial activities. That's a really rare case, not only for the CIS countries, but also for the world. And that tells that they are open and to demonstrate their respective activities. I am absolutely sure that in 2-3 years we're going to see the good results for everyone of us. Thank you very much, Rostislav, for your expert opinion, for covering the global trends, tendencies, the focuses that the global market oriented at, and that you work in Kazakhstan. It provided the respective insights that you gained so far. Now I would like to join to the issues of sustainable, responsible investing in Kazakhstan. I would like to tell right again that in 2020, 86 companies provided the respective annual reports for 2019. And we know that in general in Kazakhstan, the country, 150 reports are published yearly. And just a few years ago, such reports were just a dozen in number. The increase in number, the quality of the yearly reports also demonstrate the dynamic development of the companies getting into the new sustainable development agenda, and lots of respective efforts have been provided by the stock exchange, Kazakhstan Stock Exchange. We have the chairwoman of the Kazakhstan Stock Exchange, CEO. She's also a member of the Association of the Financiers of Kazakhstan, a member of the BOD of the Central Depositarium of Kazakhstan, Nazarbayev University School, as well as the member of the Eurasian Association of Stock Exchanges, Alina Oldemirgan. Please. Thank you very much for the first time participating in such a big forum, I guess, that's dedicated for the Sustainable Development Goals. Take into account how that is developing in Kazakhstan. I'd like to tell that, in fact, Kazakhstan Stock Exchange is actively promoting the matters, the agenda, the ESG, the disclosure of information. I'm going to briefly mention about that during my presentation. I would like to tell when the United Nations adopted the SDGs, the companies, the countries that joined them definitely are the respective conductors of the respective activities. Let us get to the information that we have. We have the initiative of the United Nations Sustainable Stock Exchanges, SSEs. That means that the stock exchanges join the respective initiatives so as to incentivize the issuers and other companies to have SDGs goals to be there and to provide with the respective incentives. Definitely, we joined the initiative. Initiative was in 2000. We had it established for the first time, and we joined the initiative in 2015. Basically, in the world, we have around 180 exchanges, and definitely different exchanges push for different matters. CAPSE, in particular, based on the situation that we have on the stock exchange, we push the respective initiatives for the issuers in regard to transparency. As per the SDGs, we are in the respective list of 100 companies, and also we have the respective trainings in regard to how to prepare the respective activities as per the ESGs. Here we have the breakdown in terms of what the exchanges require. 54 require the sustainable development reports, 56 require the respective methodology to be provided, 57 are developing certain trainings, and 66 have the respective platforms for SMEs, and 102 are the partners of the initiative of the United Nations again. That's for the investors who are chasing the responsible investing matters, who are ready to invest only in the companies who support the ESG matters. The financial markets are the driver, as Rostislav mentioned, that push the companies basically to change in terms of the sustainable treatment of the shareholders and managers, as well as the respective activities. They start rechanneling basically resources to the companies who pursue the agenda. What do we do as the Kazakhstan Stock Exchange? Definitely in Kazakhstan, we have many directions employed by us. Different public entities, companies, private businesses have different ways of activities to be employed and done. But we, first of all, during the first stage, we incentivize the companies to disclose information. After some time, we are going to have that mandatory, so that the disclosure is going to be mandatory. And then through the transparency of public markets, we are going to have the respective companies that would comply and would not. And that's the way we employed. We have the methodology adopted together with the IFC, as Adlat mentioned. We had lots of activities for that to develop the respective criteria of ESG, given that we have certain industry-based specifics. There are many agencies and consultative firms, and those who work on the stock exchanges. They provide such detailed information, and the investors represented by the respective managing companies use the criteria. That's why we enhance our methodology. In 2018, we adopted the methodology, and now we introduced what Vasily knows about, taking into account that he used to work in the respective area and started in 2018. We have the respective awards for the companies that disclose information as per social responsibility centers. We are working so as to have more companies to be joining us. So far, we have 86 companies providing the respective reports. It's clear that we have many mining companies that by definition are moving and heading to the respective ESG standards. That's also about oil and gas companies, companies of the fund of Samarkand who provide with the respective brands. Nevertheless, we had banks like Halyk Bank of Kazakhstan. It was considered as one of the best ones in the financial sector. We ourselves also adopted the respective sustainable development policy, but as a stock exchange, we are more into the white collars activities. We don't mind anything, but nevertheless, we have our own vision of conducting the businesses, promoting the SDG principles among our counter partners. We have issuers and other companies who took the respective standards for themselves as well. You can see the trend also reflected in the local capital markets. In the past, we used to think and speak about Eurobonds all the time. We used to think and speak about Eurobonds once again. That was only about talking, but now we have the respective practical issue of the respective bonds. We even have now the female bonds provided for female entrepreneurs, business people. And here we have what we require in the respective annual reports. Those are the companies basically who joined the respective initiative. That's the beginning of the path, and I believe that we had so far much of it gone through, and definitely we are going to further respective responsible investing. The local investors, as Roslav mentioned, we have less attention maybe about that. That's the specifics of our market, as Roslav mentioned. But if to speak about the foreign markets, first of all, that's about disclosure of information that will around the respective green activities of the companies that they employ, and the capital then is channeled to the organizations who sustain the principles. Definitely, that's going to be about all the companies, so not only the mining and oil and gas ones, but everything else who work in that area. In terms of ecology in particular, I would like separately to note that starting 2017, we've been conducting within respective initiative for gender equality, actions, activities, trainings for ESG matters, and as already noted, trainings and education for disclosure of information includes how we should have the reports. We're going to have also the ESG indices launched for the companies who can have their shares and bonds respectively marked. Also, we have the respective criteria to verify whether certain bonds are green or not. And then we're going to have the respective awareness campaigns for the respective popularization activities. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Alina. The information is very much interesting, especially in regard to the interventions within which you support the market in principle. And I would like to speak about the disclosure of ESG reports, ESG reporting, since we already mentioned about the number of the annual reports increased, the nature and dynamics as well, but to what extent they reflect different aspects, to what extent the companies are indeed fair in disclosing the information, and whether we have any barriers or complexities for Kazakhstan to be involved in increasing and boosting its transparency and its attractiveness in the eyes of shareholders, investors as well. I would like to give the floor to our expert, Vasily Kolabin. He is the manager of the Department of Consulting Services of the company PwC Tax and Advisory. Vasily was for 7 years the head of the only award of public reports, and he prepared the rankings of annual reports. Please have the floor. Could you please provide with a review of what the situation is around the disclosure of information? Thank you very much. I was very much glad to meet with you, and I'm very glad that the topic of the ESG reporting are of interest. And I would like to tell and speak about why ESG reporting is important, what we do in that regard in Kazakhstan, what the status quo is in that regard. If you would like to have the quality of the respective non-financial information to be there as well. Yes. Here we go. Next one, please. Next one. Thank you. Yes, that's me clicking. Why is that important? Rostislav, Alina, our colleagues mentioned that right, definitely. That's about the world capital markets that has a trend for sustainable development. It means that besides operational financial matters, investors look at the instances, for example, how the company affects ecology, how they protect the environment, what the institutional policy is for managing personnel, what the respective aspects of governing the company, and such kind of factors are considered now as well. In the last year, we had a big review of the institutional investors from different countries of the world, and 88% of the institutional investors told that they take into account the respective ESG indicators while adopting investing decisions. And respectively, so as for the investors to be able to take the indicators into account, the businesses should disclose them now. If the companies don't prepare with that, don't disclose the ESG indicators, then they basically cut themselves away from a big share of investors, creditors, and other financial institutions with whom they could have worked, and they wouldn't consider them to be incorporated into the respective investment portfolio of them. And that's going to be more and more. On the side of regulators, Europe, Kazakhstan also joined the Paris Agreement and the respective SDGs, and respectively, Kazakhstan is going to have more burden from the regulators in terms of disclosing the information and reducing the respective SDGs. The burden is going to be more, and pressure is going to be more from our international foreign clients, counterpartners. Basically, Kazakhstani businesses are going to face more and more different matters related to SDGs, and for such kind of information to be provided. What is there in Kazakhstan in terms of ESG disclosure? As a matter of rule, ESG indicators in ecology, social and corporate governance are usually disclosed in respective annual reports or separate ones. Last year, 111 companies in Kazakhstan provided such kind of reports. That's not much, even if we to consider the 100 largest ones in terms of revenues. Only 50 to 60 companies from that list prepare such kind of reports. 80% of those who prepare with the respective reports, they prepared with the respective activities in the report. In particular, the exchanges, the only one that regulate that and demands that in many cases that becomes a driver of ESG reporting in Kazakhstan.
Other regulators are slightly lagging behind. So what is present in those reports and what is not? Last year, 40% of companies in their reports describe their approaches to SDGs. That's very good, which means they understand what SDGs are. They appreciate environmental and social aspects as a single system and design their own approaches. 60% of other companies have very vague understanding of what SDG is, but we will talk about that later. 45% describe interaction with concerned parties. Without such interaction, no SDG and no effective ESG reporting is possible. Companies tell about how they interact with investors, with broader circles of business community, and how they introduce sustained development. Strategy is something that we don't see in those reports. Sustained development strategy with clear mission targets, with the description of how those targets shall be achieved with the KPIs. So Kazakhstan does not have such a practice. Only 11% of reports contained sustained development KPIs. That's quite a small percentage. Another drawback is the lack of good quality statistical data about ESG. If you study some foreign reports today, there they have separate appendices dedicated to ESG. Sometimes EAG make separate reports. Those are statistics about environment, social indicators. These are the figures necessary to investors for their financial models. So in Kazakhstan, there is a problem with presence of detailed statistics, not enough detailed statistics in Kazakhstan. Approximately 50% of Kazakh companies provide information about their HR, but they do not give information about gender equality, how many men and women they have in the composition in the boards of directors. In regards to ecological indicators, things are much worse. Only 30% of companies provide such information in their reports, in their annual reports. So this is the insufficiency which is seen. Last year, 24 reports were compliant to GRI and 11 of them. And those are the companies that are successful in information disclosure. They are the national leaders and they're compliant to all global standards. And only 11 companies in their annual reports made references to SDGs, approximately 10% of the community. Several years ago, I made a review of more than 1,000 global companies from 30 countries of the world. 70% of those companies were already including information about SDGs in their annual reports. So today in Kazakhstan, we have only 10% of Kazakh companies reporting the same in their annual documentation. So if we have persuaded you, if you want to develop this reporting, what should you do? The thing is, the companies that choose to make SDG reports, they do not always have deep understanding that, first of all, it requires your own business transformation, how to change your corporate governance system to make it compliant to SDGs, and only then can you reflect it in your reports. Secondly, pay attention to various standards, for example, GRI standards. these are the companies who use such standards. They succeed in their reporting processes, and they integrate much more easy into international community. So it will pay out if you invest into GRI standard compliance. The tender I was in charge of, I saw that it was a good motivator for the development of own reporting documents. So I strongly recommend and encourage all of you to take part in the preparation of such reports. The thing is, the company itself does not know how good or bad its reports are, but when you see your own comparison against other companies, other countries, you can see yourself how your reporting practices are positioned in present reality. And another thing you need to pay attention to is the verification of your reports. Financial information is audited. Other things are not audited, but the investors want to see some data they can trust. So verification, pay attention to that. Please introduce the same into your practice, because tomorrow, if you want to work with counter-agents abroad, they will be asking you quick questions about climate changes and other things, and they must be reflected in your documents. This is it briefly on my side. If you have questions, we can later have a more detailed discussion. Thank you, Vasily. All questions shall be asked in the end to explain some interesting aspects of your presentations. Your presentation contains very good information. It may become an additional source of analytical data for many companies that are only beginning to disclose information to exterior world, for them to know how it's done in the exterior world and how they can become more responsible. I can see that in your presentation, you say that 45% of annual reports describe interaction with concerned parties, and despite the fact that dialogues and approvals are a mandatory condition included into many ASD standards, we must report that many of such discussions are still like formal for the purposes of courtesy, but many companies do not show the breathing interest to the topic. So our next speaker, Gérard Fries, Director General, who will report his experience that from Turkestan province of Kazakhstan. I think the methodologies they applied locally might be a good decision for many companies in Kazakhstan.
Thank you, dear participants. It's very interesting that I'm speaking after experts that have talking, I would say, a little bit theoretically, so I can share my practical experience, and what Vasily has presented is also very, very interesting. So very briefly, so first slide, please. So who are we? We are an uranium mining joint venture between the French national operator Orano, majority shareholder with 51%, and NAK Kazatomprom, the national operator, with 49%. So we are working in Turkestan region, developing two uranium mines, deposits. We celebrate, Kazakhstan celebrates 30 years. We are celebrating 25 years in 2021. We were created in 1996. And we are, as a mining company, we are part with Orano as the ICMM, the International Council of Mining and Metallurgy, and we consider ourselves as a responsible mining company, which means that CSR, corporate social responsibility, ESG, is really at the heart and the DNA of our action. So we are committed to all our stakeholders, starting with our employee, about health, safety, environment, all social aspects, and that guide our CSR policy. We started very early because our first corporate social report was published 5 years ago. Our second report was published in 2018, and we will release our third report this year. And this third report will include the SDGs. Talking about tools, one very first tool, which was mentioned by Vasily, is what is the opinion of the stakeholders. So that was this, we carried out 2 years ago. And as an experience, it was quite difficult even to identify companies able to do for us this kind of stakeholder mapping. So it's not easy. It's also very interesting to say that some officials, notably from the government authorities, were very reluctant to participate because they had to provide their opinion, and it was not that easy for them to answer. So the idea of this stakeholder mapping is, of course, as Vasily said, to reveal their concerns, their aspiration, their interest, and identify what we have to do in order to improve our relation with them. So we derived from this stakeholder mapping our action plan that we are implementing now. We carry out some meetings, notably with local settlements around our mine in Suzac district. They know that we are there, but they don't know what is our daily activity. So that's very important for them to know. We maintain annual sponsorships. We have a training program, educational program for students, for example. And we set up some special meetings on what we are doing and job opportunities, job fairs. Because we know that it is very important for ESG, we implemented this year a grievance mechanism so that people can come to us and say we have some issues with what you are doing. And by the end of this year, we will create our own website. This is just, I will not comment, it's just interesting, it's just a stakeholder. So you have on the upper right side, you have what is very, very high and very influential. And of course, it is our shareholders. And on the lower hand left side, you have weak interference. We have few in action from newspapers or from UNDP or other NGOs. So it's just to give an overview of what we have identified as a result of our stakeholder mapping, and that is the basis for our interaction. Another very important tool we created inside our company, because we have, of course, geologists, we have the topographs. So we created an internal application based on GIS where we can see, and of course, I will not detail, it's just a screenshot, where we are doing things, with which village, what we are doing. And on this tool, we can, and here you have year by years, how much we spent, where we spent, what kind of social support we have done, so that we can follow each action in each settlement. And of course, SDGs has been mentioned by various speakers. So we have chosen our, I would say, priority SDGs because we cannot focus on everything. So of course, we have focused on health, on various, all these 8 SDGs are really at the heart of what we are doing, whether it is water, whether it is climate action, whether it is innovation, whether it is justice. So based on that, we have defined a 5-year roadmap where we have what we have done. So we have done, we are building sport grounds in local villages. During the pandemic, we have given ventilators for medical institutions in Turkestan and in Shymkent. We are doing on a yearly basis a tour, a charity program where people are running, and the money which is raised based on kilometers, we give this for defavored kids. We have some energy efficiency project. We are doing, of course, regular training for employees. We are doing some renovation of lighting networks in Sisgan. We are doing a lot for internal mobility for our staff. Gender diversity is very important. I have 3 members which are women at my CODIR level, so it's 30%. So it is in our report as well. They are holding very much important managerial position. We are working on innovation. We are working on water. So we have various action. And in 2025, next slide. So we would like to have doctors, backward. Yes, so by 2025, we would like to have doctors visiting local villages. We will monitor more in detail, even though we are doing that now, our employees' health. We would like to implement a workshop for local kids. We would like to diversify source of electricity because we know that our emissions are mostly based on the electricity mix in Kazakhstan, which is based on coal. So we would like to move to renewables. We are providing grants regularly, and we would like to continue this program for local students. We are planning to build a summer camp in Shola-Kurgan. We will do some new technology to treat low radioactive waste. And we have also a program on saxaul planting. We would like as well to do some composting. So these are some practical ideas that are the tools for implementation. And that's all. These are some images of what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Allow me to join the compliments expressed to you. Congratulations on 25 years of cooperation with our country. I congratulate your company, your people with a successful activity at local level.
Thank you very much. We already considered a number of ESG instruments that already are being practiced and used in Kazakhstan. That's very much interesting. And to what extent such kind of SDG tools are going to be developed, and to get more and more practicality and availability, the time will show that. But now I'd like to watch what kind of interesting trends drivers do we have, maybe other ESG instruments developed on regional level. And now I'd like to get our last speaker, an ESG expert, Yulia Kholotkova. She also represents the IFC program for developing the ESG in Europe and Central Asia. Yulia, she's online. Please, let's listen to her. Yulia, can you see us? Yes. Asil, good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. We can. The floor is yours. We are going to be glad to see what the region is doing in this regard. Thank you very much, Asil. Good morning, dear participants, dear organizers, dear participants. First of all, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to speak within this panel discussion that's dedicated to the issues of ESG and tools for business practices. My name is Yulia Kholotkova, and I represent the project for ESG in the region of Eastern Europe and Central Asia. And together we are working with my colleague Adlat Abdomanapova, who was a speaker during the last panel speech, the last panel session. Our project was launched at the end of 2018, and the active launch phase was in 2019, as well as the beginning of 2020. It is noteworthy, with no exaggeration, that 2020 radically changed all of our life, demonstrating in particular how implementation of one of the ESG risks can have tremendous consequences on the global scale. And ignoring or having certain problems in certain countries can be a threat for the whole humanity. Honestly speaking, remembering and recalling the catastrophe movies that were shot 10 to 15 years ago, in particular, The Day After Tomorrow, they don't look anymore that kind of science fiction. If you're not going to have the efforts that we have to do, such kind of scenarios can be true in the future. The understanding of the modernity, the now, provides us that the ecological and social risks are significant ones, even in midterm perspectives. For example, in terms of the respective areas like mining, agriculture, as the previous speakers mentioned. For them, ecological and climatic risks are pretty much obvious, since they face with them given their own activities. However, we should note that financial industry also is significantly prone to such risks by risk of their clients in turn, and more research now proves the significance of ecological and social risks for the financial systems. I'd like to note that the Central Asian region is no exception in that, and the governments of many regions of many countries in the region already put or are putting forward the respective tasks related to protecting the environment, climate change matters, and sustainable development, and take into account the importance of the ESG matters in our reality. For sustainable development, for sustainable businesses, the pressure from the regulators are going to be most probably higher, strengthened. In fact, the same situation is observed in the region of Eastern Europe. That's pretty much similar. They are not that advanced in comparison to us in regard to that agenda, but in the region of Europe, a remarkable event was the adoption of the European Union regulation on taxonomy of sustainable development. It was adopted in July 2020, but the application of that taxonomy would start in January 2022. And that's a pretty significant step in defining what kind of activities are going to be considered as sustainable in the future. And that pushes forward the countries of Eastern Europe so as to join those initiatives and to think about the issues of climate change as well as ESG in general. This regulation foresees that primarily the focus would be with the economic sustainable development, but it expected that its application coverage would be also with social matters in general. That's going to be very much important. As such, the crisis again helped to underline the pivotal role of the climate, the overall matters of the agenda, as well as potential SDG factors as influence in the private sector. A big role in promoting the SDGs are with the exchanges and regulators of the financial markets that put forward additional requirements for informational disclosure for those companies who issue their securities. And as Alina, the representative of Kazakhstan Stock Exchange, mentioned, and I would like to note that as well, that in particular, the significant progress was achieved by Kazakhstan Stock Exchange, in particular, since the sustainable development policy was adopted by them. And there we promote the issues of information disclosure as per ESG factors. Ada also mentioned about the adoption of the corporate governance code with the elements of ESG in Kyrgyzstan. Also, that's just the beginning of the path, but just during December last year, also a new corporate governance code was adopted there with the ESG components. Also says that we have the update of ESG in Uzbekistan's financial sector. We directly work with the large state banks there who already started positioning themselves as green banks and start introducing the ESG principles in their activities. Also, we have a pretty interesting point. We have the interest in Tajikistan to have green bonds and green projects to be implemented in the respective areas. Also, particular pressure and influence are from the investors. They put the ESG factors into their investment decisions. Rostislav mentioned that well during his speech. Those are current trends. Besides that, we have the emergence of the understanding at the level of the businesses that are gathering up as a cluster of different companies who position themselves green, who promote the respective issues. The NGOs, the non-commercial organizations who work in that area also are being developed. Moreover, I would like to note that in the region, the sustainable financing concept has been promoted more and more. There is such an organization, Sustainable Banking Network, that in that regard is coordinated by the IFC and the regulators and the respective associations that join the network. They start developing their framework, country-based documents and principles interim now. Basically, all the regional countries are moving in that direction. That's just again the beginning of the path. But I think by the next forum, we are going to have a certain progress level to that extent and that direction. Moreover, the crisis of 2020 demonstrated that at the company's level, ecological standards, climate change matters should be pivotal while planning their activities. If to consider that from the position of corporate governance, or the letter G in ESG, if we have an effectively set up governance system, it means that it already incorporates the respective environmental, social, and effective governance points. Those aspects are already incorporated in the respective risk management system by extending the roles of the BODs so that the BODs would be having active supervisory focusing on the ESG matters and orientation on the respective areas. While working with private businesses, we have different types and kinds of sustainable development approaches. It is not only related with the respective influence that the pandemic has now, but also that's about the respective company-wide activities. Some of them were ready, some of them were not ready, some of them could have fastly reorient their activities and to work anew, and someone unfortunately had to shut down their operations. That is why now many companies reconsider their business models. We had such companies that tried to observe the business plans. They had, unfortunately, they couldn't make it through, and those companies basically ceased to exist. Also, I would like to stop on what direction should be having more active development in the region based on the information and practices that we see. The first one is having more awareness as well, ESG literacy, by involving all stakeholders into the processes. Again, not much of understanding oftentimes we have in our national companies that don't work with international investors in that regard. The second point is the activities at the legislative level, that is to establish a certain legal framework that would allow the companies to get to the initiatives, as well as maybe having certain incentives for investors, participants of the process. Also at the level of the company, that's about reconsideration of their strategies as per the demands and needs of clients. That would help to quickly and effectively react to the respective challenges in the future. There's also risk management system enhancement, SMM system activities, the respective management process, since right process procedures, they provide with more successful overcoming of any crisis, and they can much quickly provide with response to new realities. Meanwhile, the companies who don't think about it, they become kind of paralyzed while any environmental changes are there. One more important aspect is also about involvement of the BODs in terms of ecological and social risks. More successful companies, there we observe that the BODs are more proactive, maintaining and supporting the management boards in overcoming crises. An important role is with the composition of the BODs, including the gender composition, since the BODs that are represented by more diverse, I would say, gender position as well, are more successful in overcoming crises. And the last, I guess, maybe point, it is very much important. All the other participants mentioned that that's about enhancing the disclosure standards. Information should be there, not only financial, it should be non-financial as well in terms of environmental matters for wider audiences on a regular basis. And definitely we already have that mentioned here, that the international practice in regard to listed companies, the recommendations are to get independent assessors, evaluators, so that they would justly, unbiasedly would have that done. And I think that strength is going to be strengthened more and more. I would like to finalize my words with the point that the Central Asian region is not lagging behind from the world. We already started the activities, we already have certain advancements in each and every country in terms of the ESG matters, and the meeting today is also a certain effort in developing that direction. I would like to hope that such events are going to be more and more in number, and the companies are going to pay attention more and more in terms of the ESG standards and sustainability. Thank you very much. Thank you. We are ready to answer all the questions. Thank you, Yulia, very much for your connection and presence. Thank you for updating the respective matters of ESG factors. Definitely, indeed, all of them influence the matters of the agenda, and it's very glad for us that Central Asia is actively promoting the respective ESG practices, applying the ESG tools, advanced methodologies, maybe not that much in terms of their experiences, stories of attracting capital. Nevertheless, I would like to have a few questions to each of you. Moreover, we could have received them based on the comments that we have on the website. Yulia, thank you also for providing some recommendations with a great pleasure. Now I would get just one topic for each and every speaker, just your response to that note or question. In your view, what is the best or top recommendation so that the sustainable development agenda to be more and more widespread, so as the ESG tools would be more available, more accessible, more understandable, especially for the companies who are just adopting the sustainable development activities and start adopting the respective successful methodological approaches? Maybe there are certain specific recommendations, just one or a few topics, half a minute for each of you. Rostislav, maybe you. In principle, you know Kazakhstan so far well. You are present here, already mentioned about the good practices. Could you please identify them? Thank you, Asiel. That's a very good, tricky question. Again, I'm not going to repeat myself. I'm absolutely sure that it is high time now to think about the complex things. What is that? Again, given the support of the colleagues, the exchange of information that we have, we, Kazakhstan, I'm absolutely sure Kazakhstan would demonstrate again the good level of codifying the information, disclosing the information, and that would affect the respective activities with the investors. Katko is a very good, tremendous example. They have their priorities set and they observe them differently. We, for example, have to take the respective activities. Given their examples, definitely we should reject certain things related maybe to get electric cars in the future, getting out of fuel, just as an example, just providing possible models of businesses. And we should be prepared in all directions. Incentives would help, regulations would be there, but that's a matter of gravity.
So I hope Kazakhstan will gain enough courage and political will to take that way. Thank you, Rostislav. You've already said that we need to perform a breakthrough, not moving with a slow pace. Alina, please. Still, for any of us, for any management of a company, I want to remind that we need to develop our own business, our society, develop it towards the balanced business, balanced economy. If to talk about practical things, we encounter situations that companies willing to get some international certification, they think about changing reports. So I want to continue what Alina said. The main recommendation is to begin right now, begin from something. You don't have to be in pursuit of something global, particularly how to become hydrocarbon neutral. You can start from something smaller. This year, of course, your strategy shall not be ideal. It will be raw and your report will be raw. The main thing is just to have it. And through the feedback, through comments and observations made by others, you will understand how to pave your way into sustained development. So my only recommendation is just to begin, kick off, launch, commission something. About the strategy, about responsibility, and Mr. Gerard, maybe your last concluding comment.
Yeah, we are talking here about mostly listed company, and I'm sure that the business in Kazakhstan, they are non-listed companies, so they have less pressure from, I would say, external stakeholders. So my recommendation for increasing is education. So starting with managers, so it's internal training, it's youth training around SDGs, and that is something which is at the heart of the Kazakhstani agenda for the future.
Спасибо большое. И я завершаю нашу панельную сессию.
Thank you very much. We are closing our panel discussion. The gratitude goes to all speakers for their participation, expert opinions. I hope that we will have more meetings in regards to ESG, maybe in some other platforms or this platform. The process has been kicked off, and in future we'll have a lot more to deal with. Thank you.
Добрый день. Еще раз добрый день, уважаемые друзья, уважаемые приглашенные спикеры, уважаемые спикеры, которые присоединились к нам, к нашему форуму в онлайн-формате. Я хотел бы объявить о начале с небольшим
Translation is not possible because the speaker is not heard.
Сейчас во время онлайн-формата распространено такое понятие, как виртуальное терпение. Я уверен, что вы были виртуально терпеливы. Мы сразу с места в карьер. Моя самодератор Асель
Translation is not possible because speakers are not heard.
Участников, наших спикеров. Давайте начнем с тех, кто с нами онлайн. Это Данияр Архметулаев, заместитель председателя правления по финансам, то евразийская группа компании ERG. Добро пожаловать, Данияр. Также с нами с алматинской студии вышла на связь Александра Акерман, региональный менеджер по корпоративным связям и коммуникациям компании компании Coca-Cola. Прошу прощения. И наши спикеры, наши эксперты, которые находятся здесь, в городе Нур-Султан. Я напомню, что сегодня у нас панельная сессия «Вклад бизнеса в устойчивое развитие». И наши гости в студии известный предприниматель, эксперт, бизнес-ангел, ролевая модель Рамиль Мухаряпов, генеральный директор компании Choco Family Holding. Добро пожаловать. Следующий наш эксперт, несмотря на свою молодость, он очень много делает для продвижения и развития социальных проектов, особенно в регионах. Я с удовольствием представляю нашего следующего гостя Мирас Иргибаев, руководитель корпоративной службы Фонда развития социальных проектов, я еле выговорил, Самрук Казана, Траст. И наш следующий эксперт, эксперт, который представляет очень значимый для нашей экономики наш фонд развития предпринимательства Дому, это Бахчан Макажанов, заместитель председателя правления. Уважаемые гости, добро пожаловать. И если моя самодератор Асель не против, мы готовы начинать. Друзья, наша секция называется «Вклад бизнеса в устойчивое развитие». Такой короткий блиц-опрос. Назовите, пожалуйста, 3 причины, когда бизнес вкладывает или должен вкладывать свои средства, причем я говорю о добровольности, да, этих средств в развитие бизнеса. Рамиль, давайте с вас начнем. Посильнее микрофон, да, нажмите так, кнопочку.
Да, сори. Я расскажу наш кейс. У нас это было органично, и задуматься об устойчивом развитии нас заставили реальные проблемы, с которыми мы столкнулись. То есть не было изначально никакого плана. Но пример простой приведу. Например, в какой-то из моментов у нас начались... К нам пришли претензии по поводу того, что у нас есть сервис доставки еды, мы делаем больше 1 миллиона доставок в год, то есть большой объем. И к нам начали поступать претензии о том, что, например, курьеры не соблюдают правила дорожного движения, подвергают опасности жителей города, самих себя. У нас случился первый смертельный ДТП, не по вине наших курьеров, но тем не менее. Да? И когда такие ситуации... В целом, да, бизнес, конечно, на старте, когда он только строится, он думает по большей части о вопросах выживания и не думает совсем вдаль, да, не думает в долгую. Так случается, это, там, наверное, некие реалии, в которых предприниматель пребывает. Но по мере поступления каких-то проблем, по мере того, как бизнес взрослеет, он начинает как раз-таки в большей части думать о долгосрочном выживании, потому что насущные какие-то базовые проблемы, они уже где-то позади. И в этот момент ты задаешься вопросом, окей, а как системно построить процедуры для того, чтобы или какие проекты запустить для того, чтобы в целом не допускать подобных долгосрочных рисков. И у нас это все очень органично развивалось. Это не из-за того, что это модно, не потому что нам кто-то сказал, что неплохо было бы, чтобы вы задумались об устойчивом развитии. Но я вижу, что практически каждая инициатива, будь то инициатива в области экологии, вот еще раз повторюсь, там, безопасности, в области гендерного равенства, у нас это все было очень органично. Случалась какая-то проблема, мы задумались о ее решении, потом думали о том, как это делать более-менее системно. Вот, это наш кейс такой. Могу потом деталь рассказать.
Спасибо большое, Рамиль. На самом деле, этот кейс случился, наверное, ввиду того, что возрос спрос на ваши услуги, особенно в пандемичный период, когда начал развиваться рынок доставки, да, еды. Как вы оцениваете перспективы вашего подхода, вот того подхода, который вы применили?
Ну, во-первых, я думаю, что у нас нет альтернативы, потому что если мы не будем над этим работать, то от нас и клиенты отвернутся, у нас будут явные проблемы с властями, однозначно. И наоборот, если мы этот вопрос решим, если мы самостоятельно предложим варианты решения, мы, кстати, мне кажется, очень вполне успешно начинаем вопрос решать, мы пришли к самоорганизации и приняли решение, что любой кейс, когда там, допустим, в области безопасности, да, наши райдеры, курьеры будут нарушать правила, то мы их внутренне будем штрафовать по ставкам не меньше, чем штрафует государство. Потому что мы понимаем, что пару раз они получат такие штрафы и перестанут нарушать правила, перестанут ездить по пешеходным дорожкам там, и так далее. Вот, поэтому, да, еще раз, чем мне нравится, на самом деле, наша такая органичность, потому что мы приходим к необходимости внедрения принципов устойчивого развития, тем, что это идет от реальных проблем бизнеса. Мы пытаемся в ходе решения, например, один из вопросов – вопрос экологии. По прогнозам, в ближайшие 10 лет количество доставок в стране увеличится примерно до 3 миллионов доставок в день. 3 миллиона доставок в день – это очень много. И с одной стороны, когда мы думаем, что это будет означать для нас, мы, например, подумали, что было бы, ну, во-первых, конечно, сама по себе то, что там многие вещи перейдут на доставку, и люди сами перестанут ездить за теми или иными товарными услугами, это, конечно, более эффективно с точки зрения экологии, потому что курьеры едут по оптимизированным маршрутам, они делают одновременно там за день порядка 30-40 доставок, в то время как каждый конкретный человек гонял бы там на машине, ну, супер неэффективно, да. С другой стороны, мы думаем, раз будет такой объем, что мы можем сделать и как мы можем договориться с государством, чтобы это было взаимовыгодно. Мы пришли к неким предварительным соглашениям, например, с акиматом Алматы, о том, что мы закупаем экотранспорт, это будут электромобили специальные, да, но взамен нам дадут некие послабления по парковке, нам дадут, возможно, даже автобусные полосы для передвижения. Вот. Это, мне кажется, такая классная штука. С одной стороны, мы, кажется, с точки зрения, вот, опять же, неэффективных передвижений частных лиц по дорогам, мы в целом снизим эту мобильность, увеличим свою мобильность, но это будет электротранспорт. Кажется, это такое будет там triple win, все выиграют. Увеличится скорость, доставки товаров, люди будут экономить время, а город станет более экоэффективным.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо.
Извините, пожалуйста, очень много классных решений. Давайте немножечко осмыслим, что у вас происходит и как это все здорово. Но, к сожалению, я должна, уважаемые участники нашей конференции, я должна буквально на 30 секунд прервать трансляцию. Нам нужно решить одну пару технических вопросов. Через минут 30, через секунд 30.
Секунд 30. Оставайтесь с нами.
30,
готовьте свои вопросы нашим спикерам. Наши спикеры готовы ответить на ваши вопросы. До этого я диктовал свой телефон. Вы можете, конечно, его прислать мне по WhatsApp. 8701 794 7777. Мы ждем.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия и Япония.
Добро пожаловать к нам.
Welcome to us, the session dedicated to business and sustained development. We had to reboot our system. This is a great challenge. We have experienced a lot of people here come from business. You face challenges every day. I think today's stress was not a big problem to you. So welcome everyone again to Business and Sustained Development plenary session. So we have a partner today, a speaker, a person representing a company which is co-organizing today's event, Daniyar Rahmatullayev. Daniyar, can you tell us what is the sense behind ERG's contribution into sustained development? Well, we all know we have accustomed ourselves to ESG, environmental social governance, the three compounds of successful present business, social responsible business. If we say ERG, it echoes to ESG. They sound similar, and we render great influence on the environment and social and economic development in the regions where we operate. So ESG renders influence on environment. I'm repeating myself, social and economic sector, as well as corporate governance. All those three nuances are integrated into the strategy of our company. We're paying a lot of attention to ESG because ecology, where we operate, we are supposed to take care of the ecology, and local communities need our support. We need to render support to our people. On the other side, we're looking at social support because we want to have everybody developing in the regions where we conduct our own operations. And basically, in some regions, we are the only source of sustained development at the local level. This is it on my side. Thank you very much. Daniyar, can you identify 2 to 3 projects, ERG projects in Kazakhstan you've been implementing, the projects that would be or can become an examples in the sphere of sustained development? If to talk about environmental protection, we work closely with NGOs and NPOs. We initiated an environmental activity, special measuring machinery deployed into the area where we operate. Basically, it's the monitoring of the condition of environment in the areas where we operate. So we are open. We are open when we provide reports from that machinery, measuring machinery. We have re-equipped our equipment with new filters to protect the environment, to cut emissions. If to talk about the social responsibility, we have a new term, the budget of presence. If we are present in a region or in a city, for example, Chromtau, in such a city, we commission the so-called initiative when each citizen of a city can vote pro and against a certain initiative, or a citizen can initiate something and we can support it financially. So thus locals resolve where they want improvements in their own our species and habitats. That's quite a big project actually. So I could say how cunning you are, people from private business. You are running ahead of the government, the popular involvement budget when you attract locals into your activity. So you are beginning this in your companies. Can you tell us this particular project, those common initiatives in Chromtau, how life resilient is it? Well, the thing is, we do not exist in isolation. We work with the government, we work among local people. That's why initiatives are joint and common. So in 2020, for example, we improved Chromtau parks, planted trees, refurbished recreation and sports pads. We can see the positive effect from our activities, and this year we want to cascade the positive Chromtau experience to other cities. Those are Rudny and Pavlodar. Thank you very much, Daniyar. Please be reminded, everybody, that it was Daniyar Rahmatullayev, Deputy ERG, Chairperson on Finance. Now, Asel, if you don't mind, you are given the floor. Well, of course, we continue, and we're addressing another speaker, Alexander Ackerman, a regional manager on corporate liaison and communications from Coca-Cola. Alexander, we've made a decision not to use presentations. Presentations may be downloaded from the corporate website. So let us have a breathing discussion with you. This is more valuable, more interesting. Please go ahead. Alexander, in a couple of words, can you tell us how Coca-Cola are implementing their SD agenda, particularly social initiatives, particularly how you support some ambitious industrial targets particularly in your industry, beverage manufacturing industry, maybe something about waste management. Thank you very much, Asel. Good day, dear participants and guests of the forum. Well, first of all, I want to tell that In several days, it will be 135 years since the birth of Coca-Cola. I think not a single company could survive without sustained development principles. Our company is a pioneer in the sphere of SD. In 1917, we had a partnership with the Red Cross Society in the implementation of some philanthropical initiatives. In 1924, our company designed and patented the packing for the carrying of 6 bottles of Coca-Cola. Unfortunately, we cannot see our presentation in which we have photos from our archives. On top of a packing, it is written, please return it back to manufacturer. Basically, it was the first initial attempt of recycling. Yes, realistically, we have enough initiatives in all sorts of spheres of life. We work with all 17 SDGs, and all SDGs are integrated into all business processes, starting from supplies, starting from procurement from agricultural businesses, and until the end, until the final product and the marketing places. 2020 was a milestone, not because only it was a pandemic year, but also 10 years ago, the company set a certain target we were supposed to achieve in 2020. I mean, targets in the sphere of water resources management, CO2 emissions reduction, greenhouse gas reduction, and support to women's initiatives, empowerment of women. But if you ask about the packing, I can tell you about the targets for 2030. In 2018, Coca-Cola at global level. When I say global, I presume that these targets must be implemented in all countries. There's no double reading here. We do one thing here and another thing here. We do the same thing everywhere. This is a uniform approach. This is our contribution into the common higher cause. So in regards to the packing business, we undertake to facilitate the collection and recycling of 100% of the packing that we inject into the market, exterior market. In the sphere of packing design, by 2025, we undertake to make all of our packing recyclable. Particularly, it will be engineered in the way so that you can recycle it. So by 2030, we want 50% of our packing to be produced from recycled materials. This is the circular economy principles compliance. Where are we now at the end of 2020? This year, we released the report, Coca-Cola report. There we have data for 2020. 90% of our packing items are to be recycled and may be recycled. And at global level, 60% of all of our packing that we inject into the market, we collect and recycle by contracting professional companies. Those are our partners. And of course, partnership with big companies and smaller companies, some local non-profit, non-governmental organizations is a priority to us. Likewise, interaction with the government, because packing is not possible without the involvement of all of those stakeholders. Yesterday, Ms. Nazarbayeva highlighted the importance of interaction between the business, the government, and the non-profit organizations. We have the golden triangle principle in Coca-Cola. We think that golden triangle partnership between business, government, and society will help to further implement projects in the sphere of sustained development. As to progress in Kazakhstan, we are happy that since last year, we commenced the payments to operator. for the utilization of the packing items, and some 20% of the packing of the plastic that we release into the market has been recycled. In Kazakhstan, all of our packing items are 100% recyclable and recycled. If we collect them properly, we can recycle all of it. And yesterday, during a panel discussion dedicated to environmental protection, there was a mention about a project financed by Coca-Cola International. This is the project supposed to facilitate the collection and recycling of the plastic waste. And within the framework of that project, we are attracting the leading global waste management and recycling companies that want to enter Kazakh market and operate here. Alexandra, thank you very much. We'll come back to you during Q&A. Now I want to have another speaker, Bakhitjan Mahajanov, Fund for the Development of Entrepreneurial Sector, DAMU, Deputy Chair. Bakhitjan, what is DAMU for our country? What is its value in the sphere of sustained development? Could they stay for participants? From the standpoint of DAMU corporate mission, our mission is to actively facilitate the development of micro, small, and medium businesses. We render 4 types of support: privileged funding through our partners, second-level banks and microfinancial institutions, as well as leasing companies, subsidizing of annual interest rates, guarantees. This is the most popular instrument of ours as of today. And the 4th instrument is the education, training, and other things to be compliant to SDGs. And we've been dealing with SDGs for several years. We've been supporting small and medium businesses in this sphere and taking into consideration the global tendencies, global trends. We introduce some special customized projects in the sphere of sustained development. We cooperate with international partners, UNDP particularly, green funding project, in the course of which we created systems of motivation for businessmen who are introducing, for example, energy effective technologies or renewables. We have another project, quite successful one, that is the development of entrepreneurial activities among women. Together with our international partners and Bank of Reconstruction of Development, we launched a credit line, not less 50% of which must be directed into paying credits to women businessmen, to companies founded or managed by women. So how do you evaluate the future of that in DAMU?
Видим, что в ближайшей перспективе нам будет необходимо внедрять тот или иной элемент устойчивого развития во все наши программы. То есть, конечно, это будет поступательно, не все сразу, но мы видим, что...
Definitely we need to introduce the respective elements into all of our programs. Definitely we can see that there are social, ecological aspects, respective advantages, disadvantages. Definitely our task is to stimulate the things to provide us much more incentivized financing for businesses. Bakhitjan, do you give your approaches, methods to your recipients, the recipients of your aid? Yes. Now, as I already mentioned, we plan to introduce the gradual, I would say, the gradual criteria into our internal documents in terms of providing financing for promoting the SDGs. It's clear that the process is very much difficult. Not everyone is ready, but how would the population know about that? By certain activities in terms of promoting the awareness through our major channels of communication with our entrepreneurs. In the region, how many branches do we have? Yes, we have the branches in all regions. We have 18 regions throughout the Republic. In addition to that, we have the city branch in Semi. I oftentimes visit regions. I speak to different entrepreneurs, and often they complain about lack of awareness about social programs, maybe as a recommendation from us to activate the informational activities in terms of the SDGs, as you noted, in terms of financing the green economy projects. The female entrepreneurship projects are very relevant as well. Yes, indeed. The awareness matter is on the agenda with us. Every year we try through our channels on the social networks as well as television to increase the recognition and awareness of our products and services. Thank you, Bakhajan. I just would like to remind that we had Bakhajan Makajanov, Deputy CEO of DAMO Fund for Development Entrepreneurship. DAMO means development in Kazakh, so the very value of development is the main driver. Already, I wish you further development, Bakhajan, and to the very business course that you are undertaking. And for the dessert, if I may, so let the speakers and viewers forgive me, but I have to get to Miras Irgebayev. I'm going to torture a bit. So Samruk-Kazana Trust, the social projects fund of Samruk-Kazana, was established a few years ago. Lots of critics were there, lots of rejection were there. Why a separate fund had to be created? Another fund in addition, why should we get the funds from the respective social initiatives in the regions and to get in one single entity? So could you tell why did it happen at all? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for such an interesting question, Yerbol. In fact, the Social Projects Fund of Samruk-Kazana Trust has been there for around 10 years. At the beginning, it was the operator of the fund of Samruk-Kazana. Only in 2013, if I'm not mistaken, there was a big analytical work conducted throughout all the group of companies, whereas we have 17 portfolio companies, Kazmunagas, Kazatomprom, Erastan, and many other organizations. And as a result of that, we received information that throughout all the group of companies, charity budget items are very big sums, and oftentimes we had redundancies, lack of, I would say, control over the funds, and that's why we came up with the idea to have one-stop destination that would be totally specializing in the respective activities, would control the respective targeted use of the money, to what extent they would be systematic, and many other factors have been considered. As a result of that, again, the whole family, the whole big group of Samruk-Kazana companies came up with Samruk-Kazana Trust. That's a single window for the respective charity donorship activities that can be referred to by each and every entity in the country. And as a result of that, in 2016, we had also the moratorium for all the companies because their core activities were basically doing respective things related to air transportation, mining, and so on. Meanwhile, the non-core activities of the charity went to Samruk-Kazana Trust. Since then, we have the single window activities, and the years demonstrate that the efficiency of the projects, the number of the beneficiaries, and many other factors enhance in quality. Could you please provide with certain quantitative data, statistics, how many recipients of targeted assistance there? Definitely. And it's clear that it's about social development. It's not only about charity or sponsorship aid. It is much wider. Just let's get through the statistics. How many beneficiaries do you have so far? Just for comparison, provided the information, we had 140 projects, 107,000 people were there. Now we have 44 projects and 371,000 people are beneficiaries. So almost 4,000 people are beneficiaries now in comparison to what we had in 2016. And meanwhile, the number of the projects decreased significantly. Do you increase the projects, what is the main criterion for you? I'm going to just provide an example. For example, sometime in the past, we had a respective reference from a family to rehabilitate their children. In case of having the application approved, the children went for the respective rehabilitation process outside the country in terms of the palsy, for instance, cerebral palsy. After that, we did understand that we won't be able to help each and every one, and we studied respective experiences of the foreign entities. And as such, given that example, we came up with the respective relationship with Khasiat Tejol, and the same equipment, the same trainings are available now here in Kazakhstan, and the children receive that treatment here in Kazakhstan. 3 centers are available there, 2 for the south and 1 for the northwest. In Astana, we have 2 of them, from 2 to 16, from 0 to 2 in the respective perinatal center. In Shymkent, there is 1 center that secures the respective demand in the south. After that, we did understand that the principles were correct. We decided after that, to roll out the respective practice within the initiative of the Fund of Nursultan Nazarbayev together with the Fund of Khamkhor. We started opening the same centers in other regions. Now, in total, within Khasiat Tejol, we have 3 rehabilitation centers, 8 within Khamkhor. This March, we also opened 1 in Mangistar region, the city of Zhanaozen. Speaking about free of charge services, is it about quality as well? No, it is about quality as well. It doesn't mean that if it is free, it's not quality. I would honestly to tell that many families, children would like to get to the respective services of Samruk Kazana trusts, centers. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I already mentioned before that our section was with a certain challenge. We were limited, we are limited in time, and my suggestion is to concentrate on the valuable advice that you, dear speakers who are here in the Fund of Nursultan Nazarbayev, as well as the studio in Almaty, as well as from the Office of ERG. Dear speakers, now we are viewed by many people. The people observe us also. The entrepreneurs, social entrepreneurs maybe are there with us. So what are the 3 pieces of advice you, as the respective expert in your own direction, would give us in terms of the sustainability of your businesses and investments into that area? What kind of advice would you give? Let's start with Alexander Ackerman, Regional Manager for Corporate Relations and Communications, Coca-Cola Corporation. First of all, we shouldn't fear, we shouldn't think that SDGs are something abstract, big. Just ask our women who participated in the respective trainings, in the respective Coca-Cola Belistera initiatives. Many women underwent the respective trainings within the last 8 years, and each of them can tell that they are there in the respective areas, either in poverty reduction or any other areas. You know, within the trainings, we, in simple language, describe and define the SDGs, clarifying them for the people. Second piece of advice is to start with smaller steps. Again, don't think that if your effort or contribution is small, it's not important. No, each and every step is important. And on one of my slides, we had a menu of one of the restaurants that's just next to the place I'm sitting at. On the first page of that menu, an SDG is printed. And what does the respective cafe undertakes in terms of achieving that SDG while working with the employees, customers? You know, even smallest businesses can provide with their contributions to the SDGs. And the third point is that we shouldn't stop. The progress is important. Speaking in language of a famous tale, we should be really fast running so as to be at the same place we are in. Thank you very much. Now we are getting to Daniel Rahmetullah, the representative of the Eurasian Group, ERG, very briefly and very valuably. Please, 3 advice. At the beginning, we should definitely to define the very values that we would like to affect. To speak about ERG, we took the SDGs of the UN because we believe that's a strategically important beacon for all the countries. That's why we would like to look at the synergy of the SDGs of the UN and our influence in ERG and the respective goals for the regions of our presence. That's why we should define what we should look at. The second point is to look at not only how you affect your stakeholders, but to have the respective feedback to understand how the stakeholders affect your businesses, the importance of that, because there is a notion of the ecology, a notion of social responsibility pertaining to that. We just heard at the beginning, as Ramil mentioned, that his couriers are there in Almaty. That's also about how the stakeholders can affect your business. And the third point is, at any rate, if we need to speak about the sustainable development, it's not just to focus once and to move along one goal. We should just constantly rethink, reorient. At any given point of time, we should define for ourselves the main goals. We do understand we cannot get them out of our eyesight, but we should understand meanwhile that maybe once a year or maybe more often to consider how we influence them, or maybe there are more relevant ones. Those are maybe my 3 pieces of advice. Thank you very much. And let us now just be a bit tighter in schedule and just could you provide with blitz pieces of advice? It's just one strong piece of advice. Bahajan. Yes. I would like to tell that at any rate, we are getting to the sustainable development. At any rate, sometime in the future, we're going to have that in the future. So it is better to start now. It is clear that it is not possible to set up everything, take everything. We should most probably start with the smallest. That's why I call upon everyone to start with the smallest and then to get the fruit sometime in the near future. Thank you very much, Miras. I'm going to be very quick, but let me just mention 3 points. It seems to me I'm going to speak about the corporate charity and social investments. There all the time we should speak and think about GR, PR, and GR. For example, we have the annual corporate reporting instrument. It makes us more disciplined to see what kind of gaps do we have and to what to consider and what to consider in the future in the respective activities. And also there's a piece of advice given that in the past, the largest one is the smallest one, and now it's vice versa. So be quick, but not cannibals. Ramil, please. Yes, my advice is to be open because oftentimes initiatives can be maybe at initial look be contradicting some activities, but they oftentimes would have employees. I really liked that oftentimes those are not that big amounts of funding. You know, after some time, we would understand that it was cool once you get consensus. The second one, again, is about consensus. A number of speakers mentioned about that. We should understand why. You should sit down and ponder about that. The longer the horizons you have, the more effects you can see in terms of the respective outcomes that you can see now in terms of PR, GR, for example, as well. In long-term perspectives, you can definitely get a more profitable business model. You know, entrepreneurs think in such kind of categories. My advice is to shift the planning horizon and to understand how the respective initiatives can earn more. Once we have that consensus, once the entrepreneur would understand that those are not just beautiful words, that we have really tremendous cool economics impact in terms of how clients, the respective employers would be changed, that would definitely show the respective outcomes. The practice shows, for example, the more people the more talented the people are, the more they value such kind of changes. Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to thank everyone. I would like to thank our sales speakers, all the audience. Please be tuned in. In a few minutes, we're going to meet here with not least important topic, the contribution of business in sustainable development. Please be tuned in. Thank you very much. This was this section, and now we're going to have section partnership projects, support of business sectors, and measures to decrease consequences.
Добрый день, уважаемые друзья.
Good day, dear friends. Good day, the country. It's noon. We are approaching the lunchtime, but we proceed our forum. We are about to see a very interesting panel discussion, COVID-19, partner projects, support to business, and post-pandemic relief. Well, COVID is still ongoing, alas. Unfortunately, we have just one guest in studio, Anar Jumagulova, CSR Manager, Beeline, Kazakhstan. Manager for Corporate Social Responsibility in Beeline, Kazakhstan. Beeline is a leader, is in CSR and HR. I work in HR, and I know that you're a leader in HR sector as well. And nonetheless, important and interesting speakers are available in the online regime. Allow me to greet you, Leila Aitmuhanova, Social Investment Advisor, Chevron Corporation. Leila, good day. Please pass my regards to my former colleagues. I used to work in Chevron. I miss you. I remember people called me Chevroid, so I will come back to you. Victoria Kulinic from Almaty Studio. She represents Metro Cash and Carry, Corporate Communications Manager. And also in Almaty Studio, we have Maria Gorokhova, Government Liaison Manager and Corporate Liaison Manager, Karlsruhe, Kazakhstan Corporation. Dear friends, not for free, did I say that pandemic is still ongoing? We may not relax. It's too early to relax. So the measures, your cases you are reporting to us today, they are of long-term character and they are in pursuit of long-term targets. So I want to start from Chevron.
Что Chevron делает?
Leila, what does Chevron do and will proceed to do to overcome COVID-19 and to do the post-pandemic relief? Thank you, Yerbol. Good day, dear friends and colleagues. I will very briefly remind you what Chevron is. Yerbol knows the company, but not many of you are aware of the company. But I might be mistaken. Chevron is a leading energy company operating in Kazakhstan since 1993. In addition to producing oil and gas in Kazakhstan, we also pay attention to social projects. This is a part of our corporate social responsibility. All social investments, all those who are familiar with our activities, our partners, they know that we operate in 3 dimensions: education, health, and development of business. And when the pandemic commenced, we couldn't stay aside. We commissioned a number of initiatives. Those were partnerships. We came to understanding that we have a certain mission. We want to help people as a business. How can we help people? I will explain a number of initiatives that are still ongoing. We're rendering humanitarian help together with SK Pharmacy, Ministry of Healthcare, international colleagues, humanitarian help to the amount of $20 million, 400,000 sets of PPEs. That's a topical thing. 17 categories of medicines that are important to COVID patients we have procured and supplied. And also we are in partnership with Central Asian funds. We have commissioned a new program that not everybody has heard about. This is a national character program. We managed to provide a very precision help to more than 30 organizations, civil initiatives, public associations operating in the village, in the regions. We help them. We help those beneficiaries who are not necessarily always on our radars. I mean, pensioners, doctors living in the villages. So we provided some food baskets to those people. And of course, we work with the consequences of the COVID. For example, home violence, brutal actions. Also, we have partnerships with other sites. We have procured 2 artificial lung ventilation machines to some of the hospitals. And also we deal with the trainings, and the Alarm Fund helped us in training the medical personnel. And totally different is our project with the Columbia University. This is the project, a new project. We organize trainings for medical personnel under leadership of Kazakh experts and experts from China, invited by Ministry of Healthcare and other sites. So today we work with the Public Healthcare Center to prepare, to train medical institutions and for them to be prepared to the post-pandemic reality. Briefly, this is it, what we have been doing in the last 12 months. And of course, there are certain lessons learned. And of course, there are some things to admire, to find encouragement from, because we did manage to do something useful. And on behalf of Chevron, on behalf of business, I'm saying that we are happy that we adapted ourselves. We found dynamic decisions promptly. Thank you, Leila. I wanted to thank, on behalf of all recipients of your help and assistance, I want to thank you for all sorts of help, as foodstuffs, as medicines, as artificial ventilation machines, psychological help, intellectual help, training doctors. So Leila, it is clear you have done a lot, business have done a lot. It was unprecedented level of self-organization of people and businesses. Can you tell us now, is there anything you have regrets about? Maybe you failed something. Maybe you failed to achieve something you planned initially. Us as a team, I'm talking on behalf of Chevron team, we could have done something in a more prompt way. Yes, I've said that we did some fast decision making. And of course, we've been active and our partners were active, but when you're looking at humanitarian help, rendering minutes and seconds are the things that matter, particularly when you provide pharmaceuticals. This is what I regret about the channel of communication on behalf of the Ministry of Healthcare wasn't necessarily always quite effective, as I would put it. But now things are getting better and better. But be advised that in addition to rendering humanitarian help, we also conduct some powerful monitoring campaign proving that our humanitarian help reaches the recipients and does contribute into common being. Of course, we have identified a number of technical omissions and shortcomings in our processes. So now we are working to correct those. Yes, we have exposed certain pains, certain hiccups, certain flaws, something that we didn't have in our practices beforehand. But the crisis, to the merit of the crisis today, we are much better prepared and putting a lot of things in order to be more effective in the eyes of pandemic and post-pandemic world. Well, okay, these are the lessons learned, and we need to strive to learn more lessons. And let's proceed. Leila, we will come back to you in the Q&A session. We move onwards. I want to address our next speaker, Victoria Kulinic, Manager on Corporate Communications, Metro Cash and Carry, Almaty. Please tell us, Victoria, in the times of pandemic, it is clear that, people worked in the course of lockdown. Food stores were not closed in the course of lockdown. So what did you experience? Good day, everybody. Yes, you're right. One of the key groups of clients of ours are small family stores. They proceeded their operation in the times of pandemics. There were complications that themselves and ourselves encountered because they and ourselves had to process a lot of orders and requisitions. We had to take part in a great number of various charity projects. We were supplying products to big companies dealing with the charity in the time of events. So, of course, there were some robust constraints in regards to time limits, in regards to security of our own people. So we decided to divide our people into two groups. People operating in the trade centers were divided into two groups to prevent the infection. Basically, whenever possible, we tried to isolate our people as soon as possible. We had an incident in a Nur Sultan mall when we found that one of our workers had infection, so we isolated the worker quite promptly. Yes, of course, we also render moral and psychological support to our people and all those who we work with. Our people did understand the mission of their activities. Okay, thank you. Your topic is Food Bank of Kazakhstan. Can you tell me, COVID-19 and Food Bank, what is the connection? What is the logic behind it? Can you explain? Yes, of course. The Food Bank idea came into our minds long before the pandemic, but I can tell about that in my presentation today. In the course of implementation of that particular project was the time when a lockdown finished, so all of our activities were dancing around nutritional security and struggle against famine. This is something new to Kazakhstan. So one of the SDGs is the liquidation, eradication of poverty, overcoming of famine and hunger. So you are based on those principles, are you not? Yes, we are. In my presentation, I will give you more details how we apply SDGs principles in our day-to-day life. Thank you very much. You can proceed. You can you will have 7 to 8 minutes to very promptly discuss a lot of questions to be brought up to our attention today. So, as I've said, sustained development plays an important role in our company. We are a global international player, trade player, and we do understand that we're a part of dynamically changing world. And for us to ensure sustained economic growth is possible only through responsible attitude to community partners, our own people and environment. That's why our company pays a lot of attention to projects aimed at development. We consider environmental aspects as a part of our business processes and outcome. Our company has been included into the Dow Jones Sustained Development ratings in the category of sales of main foodstuffs. Let's put the presentation on. I want to discuss a project. This is the Food Bank of Kazakhstan.
Продовольственной безопасности населения.
The life expectancy increases. The corporations, the states become more difficult to provide the respective food. The vulnerable population groups definitely were influenced by the respective COVID outcomes. Many people were left with hunger problems. There's no assistance. More than 800 million people, every 9th citizen of the planet, had the respective problem. Meanwhile, as per the United Nations statistics, 1/3 of all the food produced in the world is thrown away. So the food banks, they suggest and provide with respective proposals to have the respective issues to be solved. More than 800 food banks are available in the world, in particular. 100 of them, around 100 of them are in the US. The nutrition is also one of the major points of the UN's concern. In particular, that's the respective SDG number 2. By 2030, it would be required to have cardinal changes in the global food production system. In our company, we also are conducted with the respective SDGs as well as the 10 principles of the UN's Global Compact. One of our initiatives is the Metro Sustainable Leadership Program, where 34 countries participate. The winners receive the respective support from the company to have the initiatives of them to be supported. We have our colleagues from Metro Kazakhstan who participated there as well. In 2019, we in particular had that available for them. On 5 October in Almaty, we started with the activities. First of all, that was for supporting the social vulnerable groups. As per the statistics of Kazakhstan, around 5 million Kazakhstanis are in the respective categories to work with. And that's also about the right usage of food. As already mentioned, annually the humanity throws around 1 million tons of the food that can be used properly. Meanwhile, the production networks bear more and more pressure to have the respective deadlines for their food items met. The greenhouse gases definitely affect the respective outcomes. That's also one of the major reasons why we have such kind of food banks established. I believe, and we believe, that all of us can improve in their respective areas to solve this very important task. If the project is going to be successfully implemented in Almaty, we plan to have that implemented in other regions of Kazakhstan. The Red Crescent Society in Kazakhstan decided to support this project. 10 of their employees, together with volunteers and employees of the company, worked on the respective concept. It is for the respective activities of distributors, networks, and other organizations for further transfer of the food for the people in need. The food bank of Kazakhstan does not accept the respective unfresh food and the food that is beyond expiration date. Through NGOs and charity organizations, we send the respective food packages. Within the 6 months, we provided more than 4 tons for the people in need in Almaty. Within the first 2 months, only our company dealt with, and in December 2020, we were joined by 3 international and 1 local company. With joint efforts, we could have provided assistance to more than 4,000 families across the city of Almaty. And definitely, the major point of our project is to increase the number of the partners for the food bank in Kazakhstan. That would allow us to provide with more food for the people and to have less waste. We would welcome absolutely all the assistance from every companies, the state, and the people who would like to work with us. To have more information about the initiative and other ones, any additional information about our activities you can find on Facebook, Instagram, social networks. Thank you very much, Victoria. I call upon the representatives of the large trade networks, representatives of businesses dealing with food security to get to this tremendous initiative of metro cash and carry, and to have the bank to be sustained and maintained. Eradication hunger, it's not just here a mere initiative only. It is about the very measure to have the people in need to receive food on time, not only today, tomorrow, as well as at any time required. That's why, dear business people, dear business structures, dear representatives of trade chains, I call upon you to join this good, humane initiative to establish the Bank of Food in Kazakhstan. Thank you very much, Victoria. We're going to come back to you in the respective Q&A section. Now I'd like to have the question to the speaker, Maria Gorokhova. She is Senior Manager of GR and Corporate Relations of Carlsberg Kazakhstan Limited Liability Company. Your topic is mentioned as social responsibility as part of the DNA of corporate culture. As far as I understand, as far as I know, the corporate culture is part of HR, right? What is the point of social responsibility here? Could you please explain? Right. Hello, dear viewers, dear listeners of our forum. Thank you very much for the interesting question. In fact, here we speak about that the corporate social responsibility is a very big part of Carlsberg Kazakhstan's activities, since our company traditionally has been implementing its own social projects traditionally for many years. We're also active participants of the projects of other public entities, and as a social responsible business, the business that strives for the sustainable development, the corporate social responsibility for us definitely should be there on the agenda, not only in words, but in the respective deals, specific initiatives, projects, because definitely the future is for the social responsibility of business. Fine, thank you very much. What has been done during the COVID-19 period, this difficult period of time by Carlsberg Kazakhstan, not in terms of the list of measures you did, that you covered such and such number of people, such and such measures were taken. What could you mentioned as a benchmark for the population, for the state, and those who you helped. You know, I must tell that the COVID-19 demonstrated that the value of cooperation increased a lot. We couldn't have helped and organized such significant projects with no cooperation with other organizations, public associations. I in particular would like to thank Almaty resident initiative who helped us a lot in providing respective activities, as well as the organization Milosердие Dom or Mercy Home. They on time provided us with information what regions require the medical equipment, and they also helped us to communicate with those regional medical institutions. We very much quickly had that procurement provided. Basically, the situation demonstrated that it was very much important to cooperate. That way we could have had much more effective cooperation and assistance provided. Fine, thank you very much. Tell, please, Maria. Coming back to your topic, the social responsibility as a DNA. Since we speak about the DNA, what kind of chromosomes, let's call them that way, elements, atoms would be required so as the businesses feel themselves not only in demand, but more conscious. The social responsibility is not because we should do that because everyone does that. I think it is more being about conscious. So what the chromosomes are for you? You know, I think that corporate social responsibility should be based on a number of principles. That is what I would like to share with our listeners. First of all, you should have a clear focus. You should understand that it is not possible to help everyone. You should focus on two or one area where you have the respective expertise, where you have partners, and that is as per the long-term perspectives of your businesses. Since we are a beer brewing company, an alcohol company, the matter for us is about ecology. That's also within the SDGs. You should also understand that we should have that long-term. The best thing is to develop a certain social responsibility strategy and to maintain it year on year. You also should do that while cooperating with other partners, the public funds, since that way you could enhance the quality and number of your projects to have that more in number. Also, we should give the respective preference for the long-term projects in general. Giving the similarity of a tree, it's not enough to plant it. You should nurture it, so it's going to be brought up tall, good, providing fruit. The same is with the social projects. The preference should be given to the ones that have much better long-term perspective. I think that's the answer. Thank you so much. It's clear that consensus should be there. The strategy should be there. The businesses should understand what they should start with. Maybe we should start with something smaller than larger. We already had the recommendations of such during the platform. It is very much important to understand what you start with. Thank you, Maria. Now I'd like to get back to the floor. We are at the font of Nursultan Nazarbayev being broadcast from the city of Nur-Sultan. Today, we also have the CSR manager, corporate social responsibility manager of Beeline, Anar Zhumagulova. Anar, welcome. You can press the button stronger.
Yeah.
Right. Let me just share my microphone then, if it's convenient. Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm going to answer questions, so should I start speaking about us? Let us start with the point what Beeline Kazakhstan sees in its policy, in its business model, the sustainability. Where does it stand there. First of all, right, I would like to tell that we are part of a big international telecommunications company, VEON, that's located and headquartered in Amsterdam. So our belonging to the big international business help us locally. For 10 years, we've been providing with respect to GRI reports. All of that helps us to look at the sustainability, not in terms only of the respective charity activities. It's clear that we have certain focuses in terms of CSR, in terms of what we can do and what would be the biggest benefits of us for the society. So while looking at those things, we'll look at the company's activities at a larger scale. I might tell that in terms of the telecommunication companies in the world, out of 17, 11 are directly and indirectly related to the telecommunications companies in general. But in regard to Beeline in particular, first of all, we work for quality education, innovations, industrialization of societies. Those are the major areas of focus. Also, I would like to make a remark that COVID in particular provided us, the society, the whole society, with understanding of what would have been done if the internet or mobile connections, communications wouldn't be there, wouldn't be invented. How would the whole world would have felt itself in 2020? The whole world, the whole society didn't understand the importance of the telecommunications. It is very much social, the whole industry of telecommunications. Just imagine if the internet or connections are not going to be just for one day, that's going to be really difficult to imagine. So we work given that base. That's the basis of our activities. Since we provide free of charge internet for social entities, we have many social tariffs for the vulnerable groups of population.
A lot of things that we do within the framework of our own business, things we can provide for free. But COVID and earlier periods showed us, particularly the COVID year, showed us that partnerships may become closer, more productive, more intimate. And we've been paying a lot of attention to corporate culture. And there are a lot of important aspects. And today we are paying attention to those new aspects that have been exposed in the pandemic year. So last year and this year, of course, big companies, all those who could, they understood that they were supposed to make into contribution into struggle against the pandemic. And we had a close cooperation with the Bergemes Fund, to which we transmitted a material amount of money for struggle against COVID. And you probably remember in May in Turkestan, there was a flood. A lot of compatriots lost their houses, dwelling conditions. So we built our fund, our charity fund, built 50 houses. This is not our core activity, but this is our contribution into sustainability of the business and social sphere. So what is my general message? If in the past such projects, I mean 10 years ago when I just joined the company, we had projects where for reputation, everybody knew that business is supposed to do something righteous because it's good for reputation. But today, from the standpoint of SDG and business sustainability, and taking into consideration global tendencies, SDG compliance is not only positive for reputation, but in general gives good results in business. And today we are leaders of the market. We have high corporate culture. We are one of the best employers in the Republic. So a lot of points in which we show advantages compared to the others. So you see, our strategy is inclusive of SDGs, and it was to our benefit. Look, let's fancy myself as a runner. So I keep track of reality, and a lot of things are not clear to me. SDG, sustained development, Beeline, telling something about their practice. But my objective is to survive as a business unit. So how does the business survive at the same time being compliant to UN SDGs? How do you survive in Beeline? Well, as I've said, as a council, as an advice, any business must be focused on what they are doing as a business entity and how the business can help society in general. So let's not abandon our core business and pay attention to SDGs. Yeah, sometimes we exaggerate ourselves. In the past, we've been obsessed with alternative sources of energy. Today, we are obsessed with green economy. So SDGs shall not they transform into another fashion? Well, I think initially in CIS countries, such an attitude was present, but at present there is quite a firm opinion that systemic approach to SDGs, and the previous speakers may confirm my words. Basically, we need not to strive to process all 17 SDGs. You can concentrate on a couple of them, achieve a certain progress within the framework of your business, of course. You can have it integrated into your business. But it doesn't mean that SDGs are turning into something like a fashion. They're turning into something very, very specific, and they offer a choice of what particularly you can integrate into your species and habitats. Now I'm addressing all speakers. Leila, Victoria, Maria, Kanat, what are the advices you can share with us? I mean, with the business and with all those who are present here today. You know, all people present here work in corporate structures, in corporate atmosphere. Now, if we talk about private businesses, how can big business assist the others in achieving SDGs? How can you help methodologically? Maybe through advice, maybe you will give money, maybe some other types of support like mentoring or tutoring them. Leila, please. Yes, Yerbol, I've done some thinking about your question. We are not business owners, but it seems to me because we represent big corporations and everyone present here also is a part of bigger corporations. So what is business nowadays? In the last 20 to 30 years, business has been a trendsetter. And business does define the present world. And because we are parts of great corporations, capitalist corporations, so being so, we also assume a certain responsibility. If to take a look at social obligations and social wishes of the company, basically willingness to invest into society or not, this is something undoubtful. When we begin our social activity, we start from building human, professional relationships with various stakeholders. I mean, society, because business operates within a certain media. That is, of course, the government is the decision maker and the trendsetter and the legislator. And of course, the understanding of how your business influences the life of society is another priority. Any company resolves a certain broad band of problematics. So we fill in certain gaps. So probably when we resolve a certain problem, we become sustained. This is it. I think that business, small business, middle business, and the big business have achieved the level at which they are capable of setting the trends since start. Thank you very much. Maria, what is your opinion? Probably it's clear that big business has more opportunities to be socially responsible, but that's the role model that can be cascaded into small and middle business. As to our company, we have certain obligations taken when we work with vendors and suppliers. We discuss with them. We ask them one question: what can you do in your auspices to become more responsible, more socially responsible? So we push them towards designing their own SD strategy. This is a realistic achievement of ours. We got partners of the kind already. So I think this is the way we can help to small and middle business, basically cascading your approaches, cascading but not imposing to the partners who belong with your ecosystem, with your environment. Yes, to expand our social responsibility, we cascade the social responsibility to our suppliers and vendors. Okay, I'm a small vendor. I come to you. You tell me, be socially responsible, be conscious, think environmental and stuff. So my question is, how do I become environmentally responsible for me to be capable of selling my goods to you and supporting my family? How am I supposed to do that? Well, I think this is the question that could be addressed to my colleagues from procurement. But I can tell you about more environmental methods, for example, how to plant and cultivate certain types of vegetables and plants. This is a particular project we can discuss with a farmer, for example, for the benefit of the whole nation. This is a very practical thing. Excellent. Thank you very much. Maria Victoria, what is your opinion on the matter? Well, Yerbol, I fully agree with you that sustained development for Kazakhstan is quite vague, not clear, something very global, something outside. That's why small and middle-level companies think about survival today, but at the same time, sustainability is long-term phenomenon. If you want to support your family not only today but tomorrow, you have to think about problematics surrounding you in a longer term. This is one way or another something that influences your business and influences your mentality. In our company, we have resources to implement projects in this sphere, but we also do the enlightenment activity. We talk to vendors and suppliers. Sustained development is not only waste management, corporate responsibility. This is also the well-being of the people that report to you, foodstuffs that you produce, their characteristics, both nutritional and environmental ones. And the thing is that small and middle business are our major clients. Okay, what you've just said sounds like a promise in the eyes of people who are watching our conference in the online regime. Be reminded, this panel session is called COVID-19 and Business. Victoria, maybe what we've been talking about here will encourage a lot of private businessmen, both big and small ones, encourage them to become socially responsible, because social responsibility, it's forever. Once you step into there, there's no exit out. You will have to deal with it until the end of your life. So what is your opinion? Anar, you are totally right, Yerbol. In continuation of opinions expressed by my colleagues, how we can assist others. You know, we have very high expert potential in our company, technical expertise, IT expertise, project design and engineering expertise. So today we quite eagerly share our expert knowledge with academic sector. We have practically ascertained the models of interaction with the academic sector, universities and institutes where we train people. Now I want to talk about compliance. This is something that is being introduced into the practices in our country. For several years, we have rich experience from compliance introduction. This is another target, another sustained development goal. So in general, each company may, as I've already said earlier, in addition to being professional in your auspices, you can share information about how your services will be of use to society. And you can help those companies that are actively developing. We are open to any cooperation.
To share experience, thank you very much. Here we have just a limited number of viewers due to the sanitary norms. Here we have an expert in matters of corporate projects, one of the heads of Samrukazna Trust Fund. You carefully listen to our experts, and could you tell, please, what you have in that regard? I think maybe you have a question, given your attention in listening to us here. I can see that. You can be seated, please. It is a bit out of scenario, but that's good. That's good, fine. Thank you very much. In fact, it was very much interesting to listen to the colleagues, since all of us are in the same things, doing the same actions. And I have, I think, a more practical, detailed question. When you calculate your beneficiaries, how do you do that in practice? For example, your companies have certain projects, 10 projects, for example, you have. There you cover different female entrepreneurs, disabled people. How, through what formula do you calculate the respective beneficiaries, all of them, in your activities of corporate social responsibility? That's a good question. Anar, you start? Sure. To speak about us, it is clear that we have planning for the projects. We have big, large-scale projects. For example, given the Unlimited Opportunities project, it's there since 2014. The beneficiaries are social organizations that deal with rehabilitation, treatment, and development of disabled children. It's clear that we provide with unlimited internet, open up computer classes across the country, 25 institutions there are. It is clear that it shouldn't be only about connecting the internet, having the classes, giving away the computers. We should have all the time the respective systematic connection with them, with the beneficiaries, and quarterly, most probably, that takes place. But oftentimes, also by the end of the year, usually we gather some statistics for the respective projects specifically, because in different years, the respective beneficiaries increase in number or decrease. So that kind of overall statistics, the respective consolidated statistics, is available. Or, for example, we cooperate with Enactus, a student organization, in terms of the student-related projects. With them in particular, we have a digital project contest. We receive the feedback, we participate in all the fora, projects of Enactus there, and we basically can understand what was the number of the students involved, and whether the projects were directly and indirectly involved with us, and who received the grants. Thank you, Anara. Leila, may I have this question re-addressed to you? It's clear that Chevron has its operational activities mainly in the region of Atara, but your projects are concentrated throughout all the country. How do you think? What do you think? How do you calculate the beneficiaries? How do you calculate the coverage of the beneficiaries? Just a little comment, dear Bol. In Atara, we have our partners, TCO, that's a joint enterprise. They have their own social set of projects. We, Chevron, we have our office in Almaty, and our social investments, they are mainly concentrated in Almaty and Nur-Sultan, and we strive for our projects to be of national nature. If to speak about the specifics of the question asked, we have around 15 to 20 projects, as you do, per year, and each and every project is a partnership. Basically, each project has our own trustworthy partners. I already mentioned those are social or public organizations or academies, whereas we sit down as well as at the very beginning, the stage of the design, we set certain indicators list. It means that it's very much important for us to have the respective indicators in terms of, let's say, gender equality, certain ratios, the jobs in entrepreneurial projects and so on. So each and every project has a general list and metrics of indicators. Also, we have some specific indicators as well. Basically, in the end, as Anar mentioned, by the end of the respective period of implementing the projects and programs, we sit down and consider the respective calculations, numbers, and contrast them against certain goals and tasks. It seems to me that it is very much important to have the quarterly controls, monitoring activities, so as to understand whether we are moving in the right direction or not, how much of success do we have, what kind of lessons learned. Again, that's an important part of the activities as well. Thank you very much. We're original and invited the author of the question from the audience to our studio. Miras, thank you very much. And with a great pleasure, I would like to tell that we covered today's agenda very much well. I believe so. Many things were untold, but we are limited with the schedule. I call upon you to be, I think, more proactive, to develop the respective activities in your directions in each of your companies. That's very valuable. That's very much required. Be examples, be role models. Long term, I thank Leila, Victoria, Maria, Anar for your participation, for your proactivity, as well as interest and consciousness in your activities. Thank you very much, dear viewers. Now we are going to have the lunchtime break. Bon appetit, strong health, and all the best to you. See you soon. Goodbye.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги и друзья. Рады приветствовать вас на форуме социальных проектов государства, бизнес и НКО.
Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the forum. Now we're going to start the final session. The youth in the context of the development of the civil society. Let me present myself. First of all, my name is Sabih Baybusinov. I'm a journalist, and the participants of the session are Shahmar Baymanov, chairperson of the Committee for Youth in Family Affairs of the Ministry of Information and Public Development of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Vera Kim, deputy of the Majlis of Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, the chairwoman of the National Volunteering Network, Nikita Shabayev, coordinator of the UN Volunteers, and Ines Narbaeva, the winner of the International Award, the Volunteer of the Year. I would like to thank the organizers as well as the Center for the Support of Civil Initiatives as well as ERG Corporation. I would like to remind that the broadcast of the forum is on the official website. You can ask the questions. as well as get all the information required about the forum on www.sp-npp.kz. And we are discussing the important matters of businesses, society. Based on the results of the forum, we are going to have the respective resolution. The website is again fsp-fnn.kz. To be more precise, I'm sorry. You have 70 minutes of the respective session. We have the Q&A session. And now we are going to discuss to what extent you have the youth policy of the Republic of Kazakhstan developed. Now we are going to give the floor to Vera Kim, the member of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, the Deputy of Majlis. Thank you very much. Dear participants of the forum, I would like to start with the brightest event of 2020, most probably. The pandemic of coronavirus 2019. It covered not only our country, it covered almost all the world. And I think most probably no one expected the consequences of the pandemic. First of all, I would like to note the role of the volunteers, our Kazakhstani youth, for the support of our state, the military, the medical employees, the police people. Definitely many young people had their own call for their respective activities. When we established the hotline at the beginning of the pandemic, all the respective people who wanted to help the ones in need could have joined us. Definitely many people, the population, are not irrelevant in that many people provided with the respective assistance, help in packaging, in providing food. They moved people from the respective areas to provide them with respective medical assistance, receiving PCR tests. Lots of activities we have had so far. Around 1.5 million people who were in the difficult situation during the pandemic definitely received the respective assistance. In regard to the year of volunteer and volunteering in general, I must tell that in 2019, in the city of Kostanay, during the Kazakh-Russian Youth Forum, the head of state supported the volunteering movement, and thus the respective year was announced as the year of volunteers. It was a difficult year indeed for us, but nevertheless, the whole volunteering community could have proved that they play an important role for the whole country. And in that period of time, we had lots of activities provided. Many difficulties emerged in terms of supporting the volunteering movement. And we started understanding that there are certain gaps that we have related to our laws as well, related to the lack of premises and so on and so forth, many other moments and aspects. For example, in terms of insurance, we know that the activities provided by our volunteers during the emergency situations indeed was dangerous for the lives of our volunteers as well. In that regard, you know that 30 December 2016, the law on volunteering activities was adopted. It was initiated by the parliament members. And while discussing that law, draft law, we had the volunteering organizations participating there. I was myself in the respective working group, and assisted throughout all the hearings. The times change. That's why in that regard, based on the initiatives of the Minister of Information and Public Development and public organizations, there was a decision to make certain amendments to be suggested in terms of the respective activities, and that's along with the respective instructions that the head of state gave during the respective event for the year of volunteer. It is also that in general, we need to provide comprehensive help for the youth while applying for jobs or being enrolled with certain institutions to have certain privileges And the head of state mentioned that we need to have a very strong motivational program so that our youth should be comprehensively motivated, especially those who are willing to have good deeds done. We should have incentives and respective exemptions provided for the respective activists for renting certain premises, because public organizations, volunteers, organizations in general, they don't have their own premises. Also, I mentioned that there are certain aspects related, for example, to emergency situations in our country. It's not only about the coronavirus, but also many other aspects in that regard as well, like flooding, earthquakes that take place, fire cases as well. That's why I would like that these issues should be solved at a more systematic level. That's why we have pretty much activities now in terms of bringing the volunteers and the youth into the volunteering atmosphere and activities to the community.
And if in the past, some 20 years ago, when nobody knew anything about the volunteering activity, it was only the initial period, just the beginning of the public associations. So the volunteers were formed at colleges, schools, universities, and institutes. So they were operating at local limited level, helping local people. Today, when we talk about volunteers, today we create absolutely all conditions for the young people to be enlightened, trained, and educated in the course of the volunteering activities. So when we talk about volunteers, that is, of course, about upbringing of patriotic feelings. Basically, if youngsters help elderly people, they shall never abandon their parents. So to motivate the volunteers, to motivate the youngsters to join volunteers, the government today are creating various conditions, various grants, Center for Support on Civil Initiatives, pays grants to volunteering initiatives. So really, today, we know that in the past 20 years, the development of volunteering activities has achieved a good level. All conditions are in place, and young people have all facilities and conditions to be volunteers, and they have motivation to be volunteers. What are the complexities associated with the development of volunteering activities? You said 20 years ago, volunteering was in the fetus condition, pretty much at the local condition. What about today? Can you say that those are some long-term projects, or maybe volunteering sphere requires more public relations, more communication and awareness campaigns? Because we know the Club of Kind People, they enjoy popularity in mass media, but we are not aware of the activities of other similar initiatives. Well, if we have to talk about organizations and scopes of their activities, then they operate in such spheres as online volunteers. Basically, this is when volunteers have no constraints. Basically, you can stay at home in Kazakhstan and teach African children English, or you can give some specific consulting services, or nature lovers, animal lovers, pet lovers. I mean, people who today come to understanding that social networks are saturated with all sorts of explicit, brutal videos, for example, depicting brutal attitudes or torturing of the poor animals. So they can use all sorts of methods to confront it, including volunteering activity. But if we have to talk about some specific problems, 2020 was the peak, the informational boom dedicated to volunteers. And of course, they need more coverage in mass media. But when we talk to journalists, they say, of course, it is it is more interesting to write about something different than just volunteers who help old ladies while there might be a murder in the neighboring yard, and they will pay attention to that. So we need to propagandize, we need to talk more about volunteers. You don't need to be mass media to propagandize volunteers. So to us as volunteers, it appears important for mass media to talk more about volunteers, for mass media and social network to propagandize the ideals of the good. Thank you very much. We have Inessa Anarbaeva. She is the volunteer of 2020, pupil from Petropavlovsk. Inessa, can you tell us about when I was a student, volunteering was you would be volunteered to be volunteer. So how did you survive through the past year, and what are you doing now? Good day. My name is Inessa Anarbaeva. I come from Nazarbayev Intellectual School in Petropavlovsk. I've been dealing with volunteering since 2018. In 2019, I founded the Adult Volunteering Club in my home city. Today, we have approximately 70 volunteers operating in the city. And in the last 3 years, we have implemented 120 projects in the main three scopes: social communication, social help. Likewise, Mrs. King was talking about. Second initiative is the SMM community, by means of which we propagandize and promote and disseminate the knowledge about volunteering activities. And the third thing is charity. We are active in charity. We conduct various fairs, festivities all over the city, not only in my secondary school. So I cannot say that we are being forced or impelled to do anything. The time is changing, the young people are changing. For example, at the age of 5, some people were playing football out in the streets. My generation, when we were 5, we used to read books. Today, the 5-year-old children, they design their own software. Inessa, help is always quite often about finance. Do you enjoy any financial support from local executive bodies? Vera said something that volunteers very often do not have their own offices and office equipment. Well, there is such a problem. And the problem with the funding, of course, we strive to work. We have people who want to work, but we don't have the help. We do receive some mini grants. We won one such mini grant, but as a rule, we do everything on our own. I hope in future we will enjoy help and support, and I hope there will be more volunteers. So to whom should I convey your problems? Is it Akimat of the region of the city? Do you, one way or another, communicate your problems to regulators? Yes, we enjoy help from the youth center of the city of Petropavlovsk, but at the same time, I hope that at the same time, the Akimat, the local government, the bigger government, central government will help us, because there's a lot that still is to be done. Thank you very much. You said that the youngsters are changing. I want to listen to the report of Shahmardan Baymanov, head of the Committee on the Youth Development of the Ministry of Information of the Republic of Kazakhstan. So what is the role of the youth in the changing of the society? Thank you very much. Good day, dear participants of the forum. Today we are discussing a very important topic, that is the development of civil society and the role of youngsters in the development and the maturing of the civil society. Now, I want to tell you that in our republic, age category 14 to 24 is indicated in the law, in the national law, and in that law is written that youngster is a person aged 14 to 24. So I want to briefly tell you about our youth policy. Many questions pertaining to volunteering activity, to youngsters in general, as well as a number of other initiatives. So do we support them? I would like to tell Inessa that today we have 209 youth resources in the country deployed to regional capitals and district capitals. So today we have 3,700,000 of volunteers in our republic. Volunteers have turned into a powerful social movement or phenomenon, if you want it. So today, of course, today I want to discuss the state programs that we are implementing to help the youth. Also, we have the so-called Youth Science Research Center. Every year we prepare the annual report about the condition of our youth. In 2020, for example, we conducted a public poll using new methodology. We used new indicators to make a model. So we interviewed 100 individuals, and based on those interviews, we made something like a portrait of modern youth. So today in Kazakhstan, we have 3.7 million, or 20% of the total number of population of youngsters. Last year, just for ourselves, for our own understanding, we made a statistical picture. And as an example, we used a community of 100 people. So we have 3.7 million. 50% of them are men, 49% of them are women. Out of 100 individuals, 27 individuals aged 14 to 17. We have 1 million individuals, 27 out of 100, and the biggest group are those aged 23 to 28. We have 44 individuals of the kind, but in the Republic, we have 1,600,000 of them. 22 or 1,100,000, 56 individuals live in the city. That is 2,125,000, and 44 individuals are domiciled in rural areas, 1,600,000. So if we have to talk about social and economic indicators, the economically active part of the youth constitutes more than 2 million individuals. Out of that number, 13 individuals are self-employed, and the average age is 21 years. Unemployed youngsters, both objectively and subjectively. We have the statistical data for unemployed youth. 84,000 youngsters are not employed today in Kazakhstan. Out of 100 individuals, only 4 are unemployed. And basically, we also have a special category of people who are outside of all social systems. 8 out of 100, those who do not work, do not study, do not contribute. So this year, we have created a separate task force with the purpose of making changes and amendments to national legislation in the sphere of youth. And those changes and amendments then will be submitted to the parliament for approval, discussion, and endorsement. And soon we'll have a new amended law concerning youngsters. Today's law was drafted in 2015, and the same year it was approved. So today we are having new provisions about the authorities of the governmental bodies. And today we are introducing a new term.
What for to develop a Kazakhstani methodology for calculating the respective estimates, to define the respective points and elements so as to have more youth engaged in the state, local and central programs. And now the youth, how is it involved? Do you have any projects, methods of support? Yes. Now, if to speak about the programs that we have implemented now, I would say that in 2019, first of all, we had the respective youth here. We came up with a respective roadmap for youth, where we had lots of state funds accumulated. Regional funding as well was there. We had regional and central programs. Just a few examples about the youth. We had the state program of Yenbek, just Kasapker, the opening up own enterprises and businesses. The state helped in that. That was about rented accommodation program in Shymkent, Almaty. Yearly, we have around 3,000 apartments provided in the respective places. We have the so-called also family indices. So 3,000, given that indices set, means on average we should multiply respective number by 3, so it means around 9,000 people at least. Also, that's the youth internship practice, so that the graduates get the respective jobs, just Mama, just Kasapker, the respective certified village settler programs. Again, in general, based on the results of 2020, we had the support over around 907,000 people from 14 to 29 years of age. But the most important is the matter of efficiency. You mentioned the figures, and we would like definitely to have everything that to be done to the people. Also, I would like to tell the following. When we have that discussed, we have the question to what extent we have the efficiency of the respective activities. We should have a look at that. Again, at the beginning, I've mentioned the juvenile strata. We have 14 to 18-year-olds. That's more than 1 million people. We have 19 to 22, the second group, and the third group is 23 to 29 years old. And when we hear in general that the youth doesn't have accommodation, just logically, for the youth from 14 to 18, accommodation matters are not of interest for them. That's just for the second category, 1922 in particular, starting from them. In principle, they graduated from university. They are in search of accommodation and work. So here we should tell, in case the opponents ask what kind of support specifically you have, should ask for what category. Now, in general, just mentioned the general overall moments in terms of state support for the youth For each of those categories, for each of them have the respective state programs. For 14 to 18-year-olds, yearly, the state provides with grants for higher education institutions, free education in the respective colleges. Those are stipends. Those are their respective accommodation issues. We know a big matter is with the accommodation for the respective categories. In year 2020, we had the comprehensive plan for the support of the youth until 2025. There we have 10 most important directions covering all the respective issues, and there we have the respective indicators that should be maintained and observed. That's also about the interaction with other state authorities and bodies. Coming back to accommodation matters, the dormitory is to be provided until respective year. We have the plan to have 90,000 dormitories to be constructed. The biggest demand in terms of dormitories is with the two biggest student cities, Almaty and Nur-Sultan. Shymkent also would be there. We have the matters of the PPP, the public-private partnership. We have also the matters of state financing, funding. And if to speak now about each and every strata, definitely there are certain issues, and the solutions are there for the majority of them. That's within the state programs, comprehensive plans and programs, regionally and locally. Also, I would like to conclude with the following. For example, statistics per 100 people. It's like statistics of 100 people group, just the portrayal of an average Kazakhstani resident. I would like to mention the following. There, that the youth in general, the values are such. The top trends, 47% would like to deal with volunteering. 48.5% of the youth believe that among the trends is the lifestyle, the healthy lifestyle matters. 23% are about civic activities, volunteering, participating in different projects, and 28% are about traveling. And the fifth trend is ecological attitude. In addition to that, I would like to just note that we have a pretty interesting dynamics trend given the priorities within the last 5 years. The respective researcher institute that we do the respective measures through demonstrated that 85% are about the family first and foremost. Then we have healthcare and friendship as third. Those are the respective values, respective value beacons. Also, in addition to that, you asked a question about awareness, about the trust, and I would like to reply that there is such an aspect for us. We can't tell that no one knows, no one hears, no one sees. Again, it's up to the interests. Just a small example. You open up YouTube and it provides with information you are in search of. The AI all the time would be providing the respective suggestions. If all the time you watch traveling channels and traveling matters in a week, the portal is going to provide with respective traveling suggestions. If you're going to watch kitchen-related, cuisine-related things, then you're going to be provided with the respective kitchen-related, cuisine-related things respectively as well. So the aspects as such, if volunteering is interesting for them, it is not interesting. If ecological projects are interesting, the youth projects are interesting, then that's also reflected by the respective undertakings. Or maybe some of them don't need those things in their lives to get to them and to force them to have that. They should consciously get to that. But sometimes we should channel them. Thank you very much. And I would like to come back to the matter of unemployment. You mentioned that out of 104 people don't work. But Vera also in her speech mentioned that after graduation from the universities, young specialists are in search of work. The majority of employers are in search and demand about certain work experience, and internet has some jokes about like, I'm 20 years old, but I'm required 10 years of experience. How can we solve that? Should we stipulate that in the legislation? Or is that so individual that the matter cannot be solved? No, why not? It can be having solutions. For that in particular, we came up with this particular program, the youth internship. We now have them as plans, but if now the youth policy is 6 months, half a year, now we'd like to have that up to a year. In general, you know, we also should consider the respective elements by the respective authority for labor matters, the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. All the time they consider different top profession specialists for the respective labor market. We have the respective results sent down to the respective universities, and it should be reflected respectively by the market. People who study at higher education institutions as an output should have certain skills that would be as per the respective time or area. For that, the universities also should adjust for the labor market. However, definitely here, you cannot tell for sure that the young ones who graduated to be unemployed right away again. That's a bit complex thing. Now the market is much better. There are some ones who didn't register, but they work through the internet, writing articles, for example. Some of them are bloggers. Some of them deal with cyber sports. Some of them deal in services. Different things can happen. As per the respective employment centers, 84,000 people, 4% of the youth, 84,000 again, are unemployed. That's a normal figure, right? Yes. Vera, do you have anything to add? I would like to tell that today volunteering is kind of a social lift for the youth. Now, I tell for sure that the volunteers are the most competitive on the market now. What Mr. Shahmardan mentioned now, indeed, the skills that the volunteers get while providing their volunteering services today, indeed, they receive such kind of skills like soft skills, hard skills, life skills, and the ones that are required while being employed, like creativity, leadership, communication skills, and so on and so forth. Indeed, that they basically very much available with our volunteers. They are very much seasoned in that regard, and I think they have the most of the chances to be employed. In particular, volunteering, it is kind of, I would say, a layer that directly relates to the matter of employment. Volunteering partially solves the matter of employment of the youth as well. That's totally normal when volunteers today, when they consciously understand the respective things so as to get respective lines in their biographies that they spent as volunteers. And it's very much glad that many universities, foreign companies, foreign universities hire the people who worked as volunteers. And we gradually moved to the point what basically the head of state mentioned, that we should have certain incentives and motivation for the young people so as to have certain experience as well as to be enrolled with certain institutions. Thank you very much, Nikita. Do you agree with Vera, since I believe that you have certain experience in volunteering, moreover, that you are a coordinator of the UN Volunteers Program? First of all, I would like to know more about the first point, and secondly, what the program is, when did it emerge in Kazakhstan, what was the point of it, why is that helpful for our country? Thank you very much. I just would like to add that I'm a coordinator of the UN volunteers in Kazakhstan, since we have the executive coordinator, the head of the organization himself. I do agree with Vera totally. Why? Because volunteering, in our view, is not an instrument, it is a goal itself, and all together as well. In the report of volunteering development for 2018, the world, it mentions that the volunteering activities are the linking thread that gets through the state, the businesses, the public. And I would like to tell that the threat is based and is made of the youth, the most active layer of our population, that not only active, but now we also are eyewitnesses to the point that the youth is really ambitious attending the tasks. We live in the time when the information is abundant, is galore, and we just need to make respective specific steps. What Vera mentions, that it is about consciences when the people intentionally would like to get to volunteering. And it is kind of a bridge for their professional lives as well. The UN volunteering is there since 1993 in Kazakhstan. In Kazakhstan, we have the state supporting the development of the volunteering activities that it was mentioned in 2016. We had respective law on volunteering activities adopted, and the UN volunteers did support those initiatives. In 2019, we had an agreement as per the full funding of the volunteers from Kazakhstan in regard to the respective volunteers to be sent abroad. 7 UN volunteers, citizens of Kazakhstan, young girls, by the way, 7 in number of them are girls. They went to 4 countries of the globe. So the guys don't risk themselves, right? They are weak, right? Yes, indeed, it happened so here. That was a competitive contest. The goal was not to select the women out only. Shahmadan mentioned that 51% of the guys in Kazakhstan are among the youth, but it turned out that we have 51% of the volunteers across the globe are volunteers and 49% of guys. So it's vice versa. It's also related to that the girls have more civic activities to have positive changes across their communities among their environment. Also, the UN volunteers mobilize volunteers of the United Nations for all the UN agencies in the Republic of Kazakhstan. That's around 20 agencies. All of them are citizens of either Kazakhstan or foreign countries who are specialists. The interesting thing is that for volunteers, we have people from 18 years old and above, and we don't understand that if those are citizens of Kazakhstan from age 18, the people have the possibility to become a UN volunteer, to have the respective changes made more specifically as a matter of focus in certain areas and agencies. That can be UNICEF, UN Women, UNESCO, it can be the UNDP, and respectively, young people get that possibility to be more involved into that activity, and moreover, they have the possibility to educate and to be trained. We have a whole portal, unv.org. Lots of knowledge can be received there, totally free. Also, there is a possibility to get the respective education trainings. We have also an international platform that's called onlinevolunteering.org. I saw the respective links here on the screen. In particular, those are totally free of charge for all the volunteers from across the globe. Those can be young people, experts in their areas of expertise field. That's totally free of charge for the NGOs in our country as well. Again, you might avail of those services, and the UN volunteers provide with such an opportunity. That's briefly in a nutshell. Should I have any questions, please? What kind of competences should be there so as to become the volunteers? So far, we have 7 of the respective volunteers, and the girls you mentioned, what countries are they operating in? So how the people who would like to change the world for the better, what should they do? Yes, we have so far 7 international volunteers of the United Nations, financed totally by the respective country, Kazakhstan. That's just the first go, and we do hope it's going to continue. In terms of the competences required, very serious ones, despite those are young ladies, they have lots of experience as their background, some of them studied very tenuously. They are either specialists in certain areas, or maybe they can analyze data or be excellent communicators, possessing basically all the respective skills that all the young people have so far now, but that are so far sharpened to such an extent that can be volunteers. TIT, I believe that's possible for everyone. The most important thing is just to know how to become the part of all that. And given personal example as well as the example of many volunteers in Kazakhstan, here we had 70 people at the national level.
Our citizens that contribute into the international system development into our country. And today we will talk about SDGs. Everything is done by our citizens at local level. People who work in United Nations organization in various positions. And in which countries are those girls? Thailand, Turkey, Jordan, Kenya. Warmer than here. Vera, do you have anything to add? Yes. Well, I don't only represent the parliament, but also I am a chairperson of the National Volunteering Network. And for a long time, we had a dream to have our volunteers to operate in other countries, to have exposure to global practices and share their experience with foreign colleagues. It is important for us to introduce the new program. And the first 7 ladies who traveled outside of Kazakhstan, they're like the first astronauts launched in space. So today, not only youngsters, not only volunteers, but professionals have opportunity to travel to other countries, to be based in the UN offices there. There is such an opportunity for people to travel for 1 year and an option to extend their residence for a longer period of time. Of course, we would like to attract people with previous experience and have those people seconded to international projects. Of course, it's a big, extensive, serious program. It has several time stages and several tiers they have to pass. They must mandatorily have command of a foreign language or several languages. And these are the prerequisites to become an international volunteer. I think that this is the next stage for Inessa. You've been dealing with volunteering for 3 years. So among your volunteering community, who do you have more, boys and girls? Well, I did my own research because as a secondary school graduate, I'm supposed to research something. So my research is about volunteers and their influence on the society. My research shows that there are more girls among volunteers than boys. So today, what do I want to say? In the world today, we have approximately 1 million volunteers, and volunteers work not only to increase social responsibility, we contribute into the development of the national economic agenda. So today's forum, we call it Social Projects Forum. Today, we need better cooperation with the business and the government for the volunteers to know where they can operate. So we need to create a modern, integrated system involving the youngsters. What can I offer on my behalf? I offer to create a series of comic books. Those books shall be telling stories about a certain group of heroes we do not know about, unseen heroes for youngsters to follow their example. So I'm availing myself now of an opportunity to declare that we need a modern integration system of integration with the youngsters. So I'm most certain that you will be heard. Stories about heroes constitute another factor of motivation in the years of our youngsters who do not always know where to go and whom to address. So as we said, 2020 was a good year for volunteers. It was the peak of volunteering activities in Kazakhstan because of COVID-19 and stuff. But at the same time, this particular year, as it seems to me, broke a lot of plans, canceled a lot of plans. A lot of youngsters found themselves isolated. For example, my niece, she is a secondary school student, and she spent almost 1 year without any communication to the exterior world. Do you think 2020 was the year of losses for youngsters or not? Or it was for the first time in the last 100 years that we have had a pandemic situation? Well, I think that the year was not lost. The youngsters, on the contrary, acquired new skills, had exposure to new experience, and that doesn't pertain to the youngsters only. The whole society has changed. People's way of thinking has changed. Society is changing. Our planning processes are transforming. And we see conditions for people to improve themselves. And of course, youngsters, in the past, they used to work during their summer vacations. But because of lockdowns, employment was a little complicated to them. But the youngsters could render services through cyberspace in the online regime. So that was another vector of development. So today, any meeting requires less expenditures because we work in Zoom, in the cyberspace, and we save a lot of money. And those are some new soft skills we are acquiring. I remember that when we were locked down, we had problems accustoming ourselves to the new reality, particularly Zoom, but now it has been 1 year. Now I want to return to the portrait of a Kazakh youngster. Of course, what was interesting about the past period, the pandemic period, when we had our sociological research. So we had a public poll that was performed in September to October 2020. And here we have the following data. 51% of youngsters, at least once a year, go to medical checkup. We have compared these statistics to the previous years, and we had less people attending checkups. You see, today we have a new trend, healthy lifestyle. 65% of people have commenced to systemically attend some sports activities. So let's have more sports facilities in the country. 67.6% of youngsters spend more than 3 hours in the cyberspace per day. So I think 67% is the minimal indicator. To my mind, we're looking at 70 to 80%. 40% of youngsters work not in accordance to their diplomas. 80% receive information about events in the country from social networks. 38% have enough funds only for food and clothes. 50% think that service in the army must be mandatory. 8.8% are involved in R&D activities. 25% do not exclude that some protests may take place in the country. 95% are not members of any political party. 17% are interested in politics and political events. 21% are ready to immigrate from the country. So this is the portrait of youngsters. This is the juiciest and the brightest data from the report from the public poll. We just wanted to know what interests, what concerns our youngsters, and based on that, this year we are making some legislative changes and amendments. We are currently drafting the new plan for support to youth. And all of these aspects coming from the public poll found reflection in the documents. Another thing we must keep in mind is that youngsters talk about three main problems: education, dwelling condition, and employment. Those are the things that have not changed in the past 5 years. So in all of our strategic documents, we pay a lot of attention and put the emphasis on those three pillars. We need to somehow react to those pillars through state programs and through new initiatives. So this information is available from our corporate website. So the youngsters need to know it and avail themselves of that. Because when we talk about the village, the question is how people use what the government is giving to them. Of course, we need to improve ourselves, our mechanisms of work with the youth, but we have a good infrastructure. We have more than 209 youth resource centers deployed in the big cities and towns of Kazakhstan. Last year, 70% of our youngsters were not aware of some state programs aimed at support to youngsters. So everywhere we talk openly that there is a problem. The youngsters are not aware of many resources that have been mobilized to help them, but they're not aware of that. So today we are obliging local youth centers to inform local youth about available programs and consultations, various employment fairs, vacancy fairs that are taking place in their cities and towns. So it's all ongoing. Thank you very much. So coming back to the previous question about the fact that pandemic could have broken a lot of dreams that youngsters had. What can you tell about that and what can you say to conclude? The thing is, dreams differ. When we remember pandemic, we remember isolation and detention. As to your question about rural youth, the pandemic didn't make it that bad into the rural area. Rural youngsters could go outside, could work in their kitchen gardens, while youngsters isolated in their town flats, they did suffer. So catastrophically, the youngsters did not suffer. And to my understanding, the youngsters were concentrated on self-development. As to sports and physical culture, of course, that was a problem. Of course, we are waiting for warmer weather for people to come out in the streets and do some physical exercise. And of course, for youngsters, lack of physical exercise was one big problem. As to the rest of the problems, today we have internet. In internet, you have everything necessary for your recreation, rest, education, exchange and information with your friends and relatives. Internet has all of it. And internet has outlets to international news portals that can keep you informed about what's going on outside of Kazakhstan in the exterior world. Thank you, Nikita. A couple of words on your side. Yes, 47% of the youngsters in the online regime. Well, today we see that a lot of youngsters are volunteers in the online regime, online volunteers, because today, realistically, there are no frontiers and borders that are topical. I think with the pandemic era, the youngsters acquired new instruments for the resolution of numerous problems, including old problems. Yesterday, Mr. Berish said that the new reality requires us to abandon old problems and old approaches. We better have a fresh look at the old reality. In Kazakhstan, we have a vision, a proposal. We have the youth centers in each city. Such centers are also responsible for the development of volunteering activities. So, of course, here we need to put more emphasis on UN volunteers. UN volunteers could combine their experience with the experience of local volunteers. And maybe UN volunteers could collect data from local communities to connect the problems, local problems, strategic problems, and global problems. If we create this kind of hierarchical integration, we will hear more success stories from volunteering sector at the regional level, at the national level, and at the global level. Yesterday, Ms. Nazarbayeva said that we need to bring the best of global practices into our regions, and we are ready to help people both in online and offline regime. So, Nikita, we don't have a lot of time. Please draw the results. And
you're a new generation representative born at the beginning of 2000s, late 1990s. I think you should bring about the messages forward of that kind. Inessa. Yes, we had the year that was an easy one, but nevertheless, due to that particular year, we had many initiatives brought forward, including the Medal of Elbasa. I was a winner of one of them, one of the nominations, and that was about sports, culture, many other directions. Also, we have the program of Manbala. It helps the youth from the rural areas. That's why I can tell that there are all the possibilities, but the most important thing is to use them properly. And at the end of my speech, I would like to call upon all the people, all the adults, to provide with all the possibilities and opportunities for the young ones. And in turn, the young ones are going to provide with their own contributions and to try their best. Thank you very much. I believe that the young ones would hear you. Dear gentlemen and ladies, thank you very much for participating in the session, and see you soon. All the best. Thank you.
Добрый день всем.
Good afternoon, dear participants, all the viewers of our today's forum. Welcome to the panel session of today. During the second part of the day, I would like to welcome all of you. The topic is very much relevant, and I'm very much pleasant that during this particular session, I am with my colleagues, the practitioners with whom we can speak a lot, not only about the basic things, but about much deeper developments. The topic is covering social issues in media. In general, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to know that in 2020, we had 22,000 subjects of the third sector, and the wide coverage of different organizations in ecology, politics, social matters made the NGOs as one of the major suppliers of the news, if I might tell so, based on the traditional means of media as well as rapid response ones. We had actions and events that were quick in their response, and they were used by state authorities as well. Today we have Lazat Suntek, the chairwoman of the Committee of Information of the Ministry of Information and Public Development of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Gulmir Kusainova, chief editor of the Internet edition Mashuk, Maryam Ambetov, a journalist, author of books, columnist, our guest, Abakhon Sultan Azarov, director of IWPR Central Asia from Kyrgyzstan. Hello, dear colleagues, welcome. We have only 60 minutes and we should have that time spent in a quality way. So Lazat, could you tell about the topic and what basically happened during this as well as the last year in the media of our country? Thank you, Mahabbat. Thank you, organizers and participants of the forum, for this invitation. I would like to cover this matter much wider, not only be based on the activities of the non-governmental sector. All of us are aware that the mass media play an important role in forming the respective information policy of the state, and that's basically a wide range that the public, the mass media, the state should work on providing the respective social protection, forming the respective culture of people in terms of legal and other means, and our committee in this regard plays an important role to coordinate the activities. As far as we understand, the issues of the social matters are matters of the public, social and medical insurance, just an example, pension insurance in particular, and all the matters basically are matters related to enhancing the legal literacy of the people. And we can see that the pandemic changed the mentality, the consciences of the people. Now we can see that the material goods are secondary, and all the citizens do understand that the main advantage, the main respective asset of each human is their health. We saw and I witnessed that many people during the beginning of the pandemic didn't believe in the virus. Everyone thought that was a big conspiracy. Many fakes were there, that we were, for instance, poisoned and so on. And that definitely was a task for us to counteract such kind of things, to show the truth. And the matters of the hygiene, the matters of the quarantine have been very closely worked by us. We had the journalists who are going to the people, describing and telling how they should maintain their respective sanitary standards, observe respective healthcare matters. We knew, for instance, when the people used to sit at their homes, their psychological conditions exacerbated as well. So during that period, we had the assistance not only of the mass media, the respective awareness campaigns, but also the NGOs' involvement was there in terms of assisting the people how to maintain psychological proper conditions for their families. We saw many problems related to family-related cases, certain psychological violence matters. And we, in particular, established Stop Fake website that was countering the fakes. And given that fake that we were having the global conspiracy that we were poisoned, we were working in regard to that as well. Again, if the people in the urban areas were much more literate in that regard, on the contrary, in the rural areas, many people believed in such kind of fakes. Now we also started the campaign for vaccination. We do understand that the only way to overcome coronavirus is vaccination only. At the beginning of the campaign, many people were skeptic about the vaccination. Many fakes were there in and out. Here, in that regard, we also have the respective awareness campaigns with the doctors, medical doctors, the developers of the vaccines, in terms of what kind of effects are brought by the vaccines. We demonstrate the examples of different countries in the world, for instance, Israel, where they had the decrease of coronavirus tremendously shown, given that the vaccination there was much higher than 50% at that time. Now it's much more. Just as an example, again, that's what coverage of the things, and volunteers indeed help us a lot. The non-governmental sector, we know many actions are there. The Marathon of Good Deeds, Bezbergemas, and many other volunteering organizations, they do support the initiatives. And the role of the mass media, the state, is to have that culture of volunteering nurtured. In the Western states, for example, we see that while, for instance, getting a job all the time, they look at whether you have any experience being a volunteer. That is basically one of the main criteria. Unfortunately, we don't have that. That's why for having the respective experience of volunteering with our citizens, we need to have the respective awareness campaigns to have more knowledge for the citizens about that. That's a wide range of activities. In terms of the role of the mass media, as you asked, one of the roles is to enhance for us the competitiveness of the mass media. The second is to have much more literacy, culture, and elementary things brought to the citizens, because not all the mass media understand that certain things should be clarified. The simple things like the health is your biggest asset, that the vaccine is required for us as the citizens, as one of the directions in our lives. Basically, those are small puzzle elements that should be set up properly. And we have the mutual activities in that regard with different associations, experts, the scholarly and scientific communities, the NGOs, the government, and that should be the self-goal of all citizens, state authorities, agencies, and mass media. But oftentimes the mass media, while basically to have more commercial profits, they get more into the material published, the material of yellow press nature, entertaining nature. That's why I would like to call upon the chief editors, given that we know we have certain niche-based mass media and entertaining mass media. Unfortunately, the narrow specialized mass media are few. Not only them, but also the respective journalists are few. The journalists who form and publish certain material in regard to certain topics. Now, journalists are of general nature and profile. That's why one of the major tasks of the state is to develop the niche journalism. Given the niche journalism in different directions, we could have promoted the importance of covering those social aspects to the population as one of the directions. Now, the pandemic affected the commercial profitability, and we can see that the situation is changing. In the past, we used to have the same things. We had entertaining material, all the black things and so on. And that's why, as a result of that, we need to develop niche journalism and to develop the industry-specific journalism. Only that is the way for us to enhance the legal literacy of the citizens, as well as to develop the professional associations we lack. That now we just recently came up with one of the professional units of the journalists as an example. And the task of the journalists is also to coordinate, cooperate, come up with certain professional organizations. On our side, basically, we conduct different types of workshops, trainings for journalists, but to what extent they influence the whole process of developing journalism, that's a question as well. We might tell that's a matter of ambiguity sometimes. But in general, I would like to listen to the colleagues in that regard. If you have any recommendations from the state, basically, are ready to hear them in terms of developing niche journalism, in particular, again. Not all the journalists now are focused on that direction because that direction doesn't bring about income. We can note so. Basically, the reader's audience is not that strong for that. That's why I would like to know your recommendations in terms of developing niche journalism and mass media. Thank you very much, Lazar. In fact, we have many questions based on your faces, dear speakers. I think you have the respective responses. Gulmira, who is a representative of niche journalism, she has a word of you to say for sure. Robert Manchuk received the respective support of the viewers, readers. The world trend was very much favorable for you, though the media that you have, it is there for a long while. And dear readers, I would like to tell that online you can ask your questions, comment, and leave your special messages to all the speakers of our platform. Moreover, by the end of the event, the organizers promised to provide with a resolution set for all the respective elements of the forum. Gulmira, niche journalism in European and Kazakhstan, does it exist? Secondly, you cover pretty sensitive social topics. To what extent they are being resonated? Can you earn any money from that? In general, definitely social topics in principle are one of the reasons why we came up with the edition of Manchuk 3 years ago. Two founders, Manchuk, the current editor, and Jelena, she left the project a year after. They thought about the market lacks editions, media that would respond to their own demands in terms of what content they would like to read. At the beginning, there were certain ideas to open up a blog, but nevertheless, as a result of that, they decided not to engage with small things, and basically then they came up with the edition of Manchuk. Basically, when we started the activities, we didn't start looking at the social issues as complex ones. We mostly were oriented with the topics being relevant and important, and definitely there was a moment when we, for example, even while having conversations with the ad partners, faced the questions and comments that we were too serious, that the ad clients wanted to have certain beautiful, poshy images next to their brands, and things like that. But the hope in own business helped us to sustain the activities, and the pandemic, basically the life in general within the pandemic, demonstrated that we made a right approach in the past.
And now, social topics, to my mind, are in the front lines. And like Lazat has said today, many questions concern almost every person in the country. The only thing I wanted to argue about is the existence of the gap journalism. You know, we got journalists people who are ready to work. For example, Adil Mambetov, one of the most successful journalists, he writes about feminism and a number of other social problems. So to me, the only problem appears to be lack of any systemic approach. Recently, I took part in an interview. A student girl had a public poll of her own, and her question was, are social media supposed to write about social topics? So looks like this question is aimed at assigning more responsibility on mass media. To my mind, this question is of dual nature. Yes, we are supposed to write about social topics depending on our resources and availability of the same. But as an editor-in-chief, I don't have an exterior order requiring myself to cover social topic. You know, sometimes advertisers come to us and they tell us we got a topic, we got a product, a service we want to advertise. Can you, taking into consideration your mass media professionalism, approach our topic and disclose it? And based on our own constraints, we do have constraints in our professional life, I admit. So in case someone came to us and told us there is an important topic, can you pay attention to it? Of course, we shall not reject. Maybe, Gulmira, you want to say that mass media, television are things to cover, things that happen, but they're not things that necessarily always pay attention to business. People forget that mass media is not business. Or maybe some civil journalists are crossing our way because a lot of bloggers might be crossing our way. What do you think makes the core of the problem? How does your editorial board react to that? Well, our editorial board is an example that mass media is a business because the edition was launched for private investments. Today we are self-sufficient. At the same time, the thing is, what is a social topic? This is a problem that exists in the society and it touches upon everybody. And to my mind, here we need to understand that responsibility must be assigned to all of us. And ourselves as mass media, we are exercising our part of responsibility. We report about the problem. Why is it important to talk about social problems? Because we see those problems, and secondly, thus we admit that they exist. Besides, there are organizations who are supposed to take care of those problems. So likewise, a human being can make a decision what he or she can assume the responsibility for. And it is the same about ourselves. Depending on our situation, we can assign responsibility. Thank you very much. Madi, you understand that I'm approaching you and you are supposed to have your own speech and statement, but I want to immediately identify 2 moments I want to hear from you. There's a lot of negative information on the net about the fact that the world is getting more and more digital and robotic, and people are not necessary only for some creative, some artistic things. But today there are programs that can write more articles, newspaper articles, in a matter of 1 minute compared to human beings. So a modern journalist, who is he? You are a journalist, a columnist, you are a person with a bright position. We know that the profession of a journalist is the profession of an individualist. Without some individual firm philosophy, operation in journalism is not possible. So what is happening to our profession? To what extent does social topic influence the journalism today? Thank you very much, Mahabat, for your question. I didn't have any declaration or statement in regards to the topic. I just wanted to join your discussion. Thank you very much, Lazat, Gulmira, for kicking off this discussion. I am joining. So here we encounter a whole mass of various nuances, even the declaration presumed in the name of the panel session is quite broad. Now we are discussing a broad range of various issues. So we want to talk about this and this and this, but I will start answering your question. Of course, we work and live in the epoch that is changing telegraphically in all levels and tiers of life. And the beachhead is the technological progress, new technologies. Internet is an integral part of our times. We can recollect the times when there was no internet. And today it's not just integral. This is something that makes life impossible without its presence. So of course it's clear that internet is getting more and more customary to us. And that poses challenges in all kinds of senses. Informational media is changing. Principles of journalistic operation are changing. Approaches to all questions are changing, and that does affect social norms. Things we are discussing today, social topics. Of course, they concern us as a society. Those are the things that we can see that they're topical, they're problematic, they require resolution or decision. And society is in continuous change. Norms are in continuous change. Things that were okay for our grandparents might be recognized as blasphemy these days. So the informational epoch, this endless stream of information, update of everything from telephones to understanding of life, keeps us in this condition of perpetual metamorphosis. So a lot of things derive from that. Institutions like mass media, the fourth power, the fourth branch of power, they constitute quite a flexible instrument, but traditional mass media are lagging behind internet. They're heavyweights, they're conservative, and likewise governmental media, because they were created under different conditions. And today the time makes us reconstruct. So all of us today, journalistic professionals, mass media professionals, we all are at the stage of continuous non-stop changing, regardless whether we work in private or public mass media. A lot of things are happening, and artificial intellect, of course, is capable of creating some news reports. I do not want to insult our colleagues from news agencies. Of course, artificial intelligence may be used to create some good quality articles without some deep analytics, just some good text. That's okay. This is where a robotic machine can substitute us, but there are spheres that may not exist without human contribution. This is what you and Mahabat have been talking about. A good journalist, to my mind, is a person with his and her position, individuality, history, life experience, philosophy, and principles. So it would be good to keep this particular element in mass media. Everyone today must be prepared to reconsideration of everything, not to be lagging behind the mainstream tendencies unwinding in the world. So yes, a certain part of our colleagues will have to reconsider their future, maybe reorient themselves towards other professions, maybe find some new ways of manifesting themselves in existing profession. The thing is, any judgment concerning changes in the social norms can be discussed only by people. Artificial intellect cannot discuss social norms because artificial intellect doesn't prompt us whether we should be polite with women in the old-fashioned way or not, and a number of other things. Basically, in the fields where we need to exchange human kind of attitudes, those are the places where only people can make the difference in competition. Thank you for your very interesting opinion. Gulmiro, you have something to add? Yes, I have something to say to echo the words of Madi as to the news reports. I agree. When we were students in the university, we were saying that it would be much better just to have a camera reporting what's going on in the world, and people should form their own impression about what's going on in the world. But as to social topics within the stream of information that we see today, we need people with their own position and principles, because those people are anchors in the internet. Among informational noise, we pick up those pieces that have some personal view, maybe the view that is okay with me or confronts my personal philosophy. So basically today you need to have your own voice and you will have your own audience. Thank you very much. Every one of us will have to manifest their voices because we will have more and deeper discussions. Well, now I am switching over to Babahon. Things that we discuss in Nur-Sultan probably echo in your country because we don't live in different planets. In Kyrgyzstan, to my subjective point of view, discussions commence much earlier, and those discussions are more courageous because the situation in the country is totally different and civil activism in Kyrgyzstan is higher. Thank you very much, Mahabat. I have prepared a small presentation. Thank you very much. First of all, dear organizers of the forum, I express cordial gratitude to take part in this forum. Dear members, ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate all of us on behalf of IWPR. It was my pleasure to listen to the reports of my colleagues. I wanted to share my vision and experience. First of all, the coverage of social topics is, first of all, the coverage of how people live, what problems they have, what emotions they show. Taking that into consideration, media in our region are socially oriented, local, central, original mass media attempt to discuss problems that concern people. And starting from COVID-19, mass media began to pay more attention to healthcare, prosperity of people, quality of medicines, equipment of hospital.
That's about solving unemployment matters and so on and so forth. In the past, the social matters mainly implied the activities of the traditional media, television, radio, websites, paper-based media, it is very much important to speak about social networks. The more people we have now, the better in terms of the respective activities. More people are raising issues and problems. They have questions raised by respective posts, likes, shares. The journalists raise that up further, cover. Here we go. Here I would like to stop on what we specifically do in that regard. The IWPR Institute, by programs, trainings, maintain their respective initiatives so as more social issues would be covered, that the journalists would explain to their readers how certain professions, specialties influence their activities, lives. It is very much important for the social matters to be on the agenda, to be attractive, and to have the respective solutions for them. Definitely, we observe and maintain international standards of journalism, openness, transparency, effectiveness, biasness, and it is very much important to maintain and observe ethical and external laws. Since 2015, we've been having the analytical platform KABAR, a Central Asia Bureau of Analytic Report, kabar.asia, that uses the respective algorithms of machine learning, that's multi-media content, respective journalism cards, investigations, as well as photo, interviews, and articles. We try to cover social matters right at the regional level. For example, the issues of healthcare, there we analyze the respective matters in the respective 4 countries and make the comparison analysis. Here we go. So as to be as per the trends, all the time we conduct research and analyze the respective patterns in production and consumption of information. The most recent research that was in 2019, the media consumption in the countries of Central Asia demonstrated that the structure of the consumption of news and information radically changes. You have the real examples. For example, the graphs that we have here, and definitely we can take account the results of the research and change the approach to provide our own content as well. In terms of provision of information, media formats have the respective changes. Here I speak about visualization, short, captivating videos, long reads, tests, and cards. Of special importance is the content given with emotions, telling people about other people. Then I would like to stop on the respective countries. In Kazakhstan, we note the availability of pressure over journalists to speak about socially important matters. There were cases where medical doctors who spoke about lack of certain personal protection equipment. The same situation was in Uzbekistan. KABAR actively covers the respective activities of medical employees, the coronavirus patients, the respective activities and access of the civil people to the respective coronavirus resources, the respective suicide-related matters among the minors, gender stereotypes, harassment, as well as violence against women and children. In terms of Kyrgyzstan, in terms of Kyrgyzstan, there we also have the important matters covered, like labor migration, employing the youth in rural areas, online trainings and education, conditions of schools, violence against women, gender inequality, labor, slavery, and so on. Here I would like to provide you with a number of cases or examples. In 2020, we had the respective material about elements, as well as the respective women who litigate in regard to that matter. we had our heroine Aida, who won the respective case and received the respective elements for $235, and after such kind of cases, the judges started having much fairer decisions made in such kind of cases. So here, that's a long read about the discrimination of the imprisoned people with disabilities. Arthur Becker had the medical checkup. Unfortunately, he was found out with some problems in his brain. A person was found out after that who was ready to pay for his respective medicine. In Tajikistan, the majority of mass media prefer to cover social matters because it is much safer than to speak about political matters and to criticize the leadership of the country. Here I would like to mention about the investigative journalism. Based on our investigations, we found out many issues, corruption elements in different areas. Many criminal cases have been instigated. Good cases with the Minister of Information and Communication, Mr. Beg Sabur, was combining his activities with his construction businesses right in his own office. And now we have the respective criminal investigation ongoing. In Uzbekistan, Khabar Asia published recently a number of materials that cover different issues of modern Uzbekistan. Those are trust and fakes, gender problems, the family violence issues, the issues of orphanage houses, charity matters, and so on. And given the background of distrust in terms of the coronavirus cases, the role of the networks, social networks, increased a lot, especially the messengers, Telegram channels in particular. That's a trend that we have now, allows to have the respective channels be open for the population, to have less ideological controls of the power, and to have the respective increase in the respective activities. Meanwhile, we had the increase in fake information, especially on the Telegram channels. The state reacted to that with the introduction of criminal responsibility. Next slide. Here I would like to separately underline the importance of having socially important research. Last year, our beneficiaries, Tasana Koja and Zolfia Reisova from Kazakhstan, together with colleagues from other countries, conducted research and informational campaign for counteracting harassment in taxi. They conducted the respective surveys in the 4 countries, and they asked whether the women had any harassment in taxi. That's about what we had so far. The women, they prefer not to refer to any authorities in case of they having the respective harassment. Only 4.3% of the women referred to the police. It is also interesting that 113 women mentioned about the stories that they shared with us. Within the project also, we had the respective anti-taxi harassment video clip. Many local media basically caught the topic up and started publishing the respective topics in the respective area. Khabar Asia not only has the respective coverage, but also prepares students, young professionals. We have offline and online courses. We have educational material in terms of analytics, journalism, in terms of the respective media in English, Russian, and languages of the region. I believe that yet we have many activities to be done. One of the major problems in terms of covering socially important matters is access to information. Especially that issue is relevant in Tajikistan, Uzbekistan. There, the bureaucrats mainly demand official requests. They try to dodge different official questions. Even certain physical violence cases were there against the journalists. Again, the social matters are very much important for all of us, and we have many issues that have to be solved for all of us. Thank you very much, Abbahon. Definitely everything is relevant in terms of the comparison matters. All of us were interested in knowing what kind of cases we have in the region. Now we can see that the information space is the same. Most probably all the colleagues read the respective trends of media in 2021. And personally, I was astonished, basically being in a total shock that the trend is about covering violence, activities of maniacs, and so on. Meanwhile, the ones who had all those bad things committed dozens of years ago. That's also about social topics. What we basically have reflected so far. We just have 15 minutes to speak and discuss that indeed the pandemic became kind of a catalyst. It is the very rare case, whereas the NGOs, non-commercial organizations, and media basically finally decided to harmonize the activities and to work together, whereas the mass media didn't put any check for their services for covering social issues. We understand there were certain private cases, maybe that wouldn't happen again, but maybe, given the Russian examples, some of the private channels on a regular basis started demonstrating certain actions, campaigns for certain medical treatments, fundraising. Oftentimes, that's not a funds campaign, but the companies themselves. Indeed. As yet into this discussion, what happens with the social news in cooperation with the non-commercial organizations? What are the trends? What should we expect? First of all, I would like to thank the mass media that not only during the emergency situation, but during the whole pandemic period, they covered their respective activities, social matters. In July, when we had respective outbursts of the cases in the country, almost all the channels and mass media reoriented their platforms for having the unknown virus covered in terms of what kind of diagnostic should be done for lungs, what kind of medicine should be drunk or not, what should we do so as to avoid the respective sickness. So during the prime time, in evening, the most profitable time, all the major platforms, all the major mass media were reoriented for that activity. Thank you very much, all of you, for that. When we had the panic and when the healthcare system couldn't manage properly and the emergency ambulance cars didn't come on time, we had the problems covered. Maybe the local authorities didn't have enough time in that regard, and the journalists were kind of heralds of those problems. The problems were found out. And we, for example, given our example, had an operational task force. In case of having certain problems mentioned on the social networks, we rerouted that matter to the respective IKMATs with the respective solutions, and we demanded the respective reactions. We asked the questions, what did you do, how did you react, and each case had a respective treatment. Kind of a small report feedback was provided, not just a post, but with the respective field visits and inspections. It was during the period when the whole population was in panic. It was the successful case, and during, basically, due to that particular experience, we indeed were like one single team. In case if we needed during the emergency situation to publish certain newspapers, we asked the IKMAT to allow those newspapers to be published, because other target audience groups who didn't have the internet and who didn't watch the TV. The pensioners, the retired people, for instance, they would go and ask for the newspapers. The newspapers were provided afterwards. That time, the mass media, the local authorities, all of us were basically like one single team. All of us were striving for that, and basically while covering those matters, oiling issues, we detected them, we solved them.
But at least it was so in that period. So I can say that the practice finds continuation today. Mass media are proceeding to cover, proceeding to run public awareness campaigns. And for that, we thank mass media, because when the panicking moods were in the country, we managed to behave properly. So what are the lessons learned? I want to ask mass media. Gulmira, you work in a private company, an independent company, an independent editorial, which is quite an unusual thing for Kazakhstan. We know that mass media owned by government, they have budgets, they have plans for years. So what is your experience? I know you specialize in social topics, and you also said that you wouldn't mind receiving money from the government in exchange to covering certain topics. So I'm sure one day the pandemic will end. And what is next? First of all, I want to clarify what I meant when I said that we were ready to work for the government. The thing is, I'm not talking necessarily about finance. We just need some support. The thing is, we don't know a lot of things about what is going on in our country. That's what I meant. And the second, lessons learned, I think that we need to stay loyal to ourselves despite all those, despite maybe negative feedback, maybe some mocking attitudes. We proceed to work where we work. If you proceed to do what you believe in, then you will have financial success, you will have popularity, you will have your loyal audience. To my mind, this is the most important element of the work. Madi, thank you. Thank you for your question. I think, as you've said properly, pandemic is a catalyst or accelerator of processes that commenced long before the pandemic and outside the pandemic. The whole story with COVID exposed nothing new. Problems, they existed, and problems today are finding the same attention from mass media, and today we can see that some of the vaccines cause health problems, sometimes causing concerns about the life itself. So today we got problems with the home violence, but home violence problem was obvious long before the pandemic, and when people were stuck in their houses because of the pandemic, the home violence became acute and obvious. So realistically, some of the problems, they existed before the pandemic. For example, loss of trust to traditional mass media some 5 to 10 years ago, television, with all due respect to television professionals, was far more popular than today. It seems to me that Camila is going to kill you after this event. She's a television person. So what am I driving at? thing is, television must compete with internet for the minds of the people. So what do you see today? Today we can see people leaving television sector for the sake of internet, and likewise is doing the audience or some of our mass media like Manshuk. They're changing their formats, they're changing the way they express themselves. And that is happening not only in journalism, but in society in general. So the trust that newspapers, magazines, and television are losing today in the eyes of the audience, not to mention radio, and that trust does not go into internet, it goes into social networks, messengers, and telegram canals that discuss various conspiracy theories. Can we make a slight adjustment here? Is it trust or is it interest? Very often I do read telegram channels as well. I don't trust them, but I pay attention to them because I'm interested. Well, I do understand, likewise, all people associated with mass media, that today's cyberspace is a mixture of everything. Morbid curiosity, morbid curiosity is another function of mass media, to encourage things that are consumed more compared to others. If a person spends the time reading news about celebrities, rumors and gossips about celebrities, then let him have it. So this is where people carry their trust as well. So Lazat, for example, has appraised the cooperation between mass media and governmental bodies, Ministry of Healthcare, for example, and those services that were supposed to protect the population from coronavirus. But at the same time, we observed the same mass media selling threats, giving floors to people who are distributing conspiracy theories about chipping, about secret societies, etc., etc. So realistically, why am I making reference to the WhatsApp manshuk.com? I know that there I shall not see a lot of materials, questionable materials, except of the situations when they have to check the facts, because they got people who know foreign languages and can recheck the information against Western sources. So, Mahabat, I don't know what kind of resolution and declaration we are supposed to make today. This is a big problem. This is a minefield. It's not a static problem. It's a dynamic problem. We do not know its contour line, and we do not know its composition to full. Thank you. So I want to protect traditional mass media. Among us, there are people who pray to old gods.
Basically, then.
So the thing is, traditional mass media is professional journalism. Not a single blogger shall ever exceed a professional journalist. Professional journalists shall verify and check the facts from 3 to 4 various sources. So professional journalists always check and verify the information. And if you are saying that traditional mass media are giving the floor to people with conspiracy theories, I want to confront your opinion, because we never invited people with conspiracy theories, people tuned against vaccination to our facilities. The thing is, actually, at the end of the day, it's up to the audience to resolve whom to listen and whom to follow. You see, unprofessional journalists may release the opinion into cyberspace, while a professional journalist, to my mind, shall reproduce the attention of professionals first of all. So really, here I want to protect traditional mass media. Basically, the only sites that were giving information in the logically complete format with ready answers were traditional mass media, whilst cyberspace were busy exchanging various conspiracy theories. So really, traditional mass media, it's the only source of trustworthy, versatile information. And we know that our audiences, they show more trust to traditional professional journalism. And also in the pandemic year, as we have made an observation, television news have grown more and more popular. So I'm arguing the fact that traditional mass media are losing popularity compared to cyberspace. And today, when people have a choice between going to cyberspace and operating in traditional mass media, a lot of people select traditional mass media. So that's why we're having the arguments like this. But I am for traditional mass media. Thank you very much, Lazat. Unfortunately, our discussions are coming to the end. Babahon, I have a special question to you. What Lazat is saying does echo in my soul. What am I doing here? I want to trust that professional journalism is a good quality product, but as we can see, not for all, because today there is a whole generation that has totally different thinking, and that might be a separate topic for a brand new discussion. Basically, old-timers versus new generation. But your position is slightly and somewhat different. You are focused on the whole region. You can compare mentalities, the contexts of each nation domiciled in Central Asia. So tell me, how should civil thoughts be promoted in mass media? First of all, I wanted to say the following. I do agree that the pandemic didn't only shake the planet, it shook all of us. Here, today, the time is before the pandemic and after the pandemic. So the period in the times and after is the period when we will have to reconsider a lot of things. We have turned more socially oriented. Although we are neighbors, we are different from each other. I mean, literacy, cultural nuances, and many other factors. In Kazakhstan, in the times of pandemic, you had the Black July. Likewise, we had in Kyrgyzstan the Black July. But in Kyrgyzstan, social networks and online media were very prompt, and they played a very important role on behalf of professional mass media as well. In Tajikistan, the situation is different. There is no coronavirus. Everything is under control by the government. So traditional media says that everything is under control. So here, to me, it appears that more active has become the public journalism, the amateur journalism, solution journalism, or community journalism, as you call them. Basically, people who are not necessarily professional journalists and bloggers today are the most topical profession in some of our countries, or newsmakers. So those people operate at various platforms, they format information differently, and somehow they have big audiences. Thank you, Abahon. You have finalized all of our discussions and you have identified all trends as well. So unfortunately, I would like to continue, but we're running out of time and I have to thank all of you. I have to bid the last adieu. The organizers are grateful to ERG for their support. Without them, this activity would not happen. Informational partner is the Center for Support of Civilian Initiatives. Be advised that you have online coverage of the forum on the website. All details about forum can be found at the corporate website of the forum. The forum was initiated by Mr. Nursultan Nazarbayev. We discuss important issues of interaction between the society and the government.
Dear speakers, thank you very much for your time, for your expertise, and your warm hearts. Thousands of activists throughout the globe every day work so as to make the world a bit better, to make the people kinder, the planet cleaner. And not only the volunteers, but the journalists, the public employees, analytics, operators, musicians, whomever. But when we have the NGOs working in that union together with the media, there we start having a real magic. As a result of that, we come up with projects that no one would leave behind. Maybe in the new reality, the world is not going to be as ever before, and this positive cooperation of the NGOs and media during the pandemic would bring about a new impetus in cooperation of the two mutually equal public institutions. Thank you very much for being with us during this hour. I think each of us would get along with their conclusions and would speak about that along. And first and foremost, we are going to understand that the life is going to change, hopefully for the better. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the forum, now we are going to have the end of the first forum dedicated for the social interaction of businesses, state, and the public of our country. And before ending, let us get to the most awaited part of the forum, the ceremony of awarding the laureates of our competition. Let us have a look at how it happened.
Нұрсұлтан Назарбаев қорының Алматыдағы өкілдігінің бас залы. Әдетте жәрмеңке кезінде бұл жерге жиналатын кісі қарасы көп болушы еді. Қатысушылар қызу пікір алмасып, қазылар алқасы болса бәйгеге тігілген жұмыстардың бағасын безбендеп, келген қонақтар кештен керемет күш алатын сол бір көрініс бүгінде көзден бұлбұл ұшқандай. Пандемия пәрменіне байланысты елеулі жәрмеңке осымен екінші жыл онлайн жүйесінде жүзеге асырылуда.
Әлеуметтік жобалар мен идеялар жәрмеңкесі қазіргі сандық дәуірдің трендіне айналғандай. Біз осыған дейін ойластырған жобаларымызды соны технология тілімен бір арнада үндестіре алдық. Ауылдық жерлердегі үкіметтік емес ұйымдардың жұмысына байланысты белгілі бір қиындықтар туындағанына қарамастан, осы шараның жоғары деңгейде өту үшін барлық жағдай жасалды.
Қатысушылар онлайн форматтағы жәрмеңкеде дәстүрлі кездесудегідей әсер алмасы анық. Алайда онлайнның бұл олқылықтың орнын толтырар тұстарда жоқ емес. Атап айтсақ, жәрмеңкенің географиясы кеңейтілді. Биыл аталған жәрмеңкеге қатысуға 221 адам өтініш жолдаған. Бұл рекордтық көрсеткіш. Еліміздің барлық өңірін қамтыған жәрмеңкедегі жоба авторларының көпшілігі шағын қалалардан шыққандар болса, тағы бір бөлігі өз туындыларын шалғайдағы елді мекен тұрғындарына арнап жасағандар.
менің ұсынып отырған жобам не жайлы деп ойлайсыз? Бұл жобадағы жұмыстар ерекше балалардың ата-аналарына қолдау көрсетуді қамтиды.
Мұндай көмекке әсіресе шағын қалалар мен әлеуметтік орталықтардан шалғайда орналасқан елді мекендегі отбасылар мұқтаж. Гүлмира Пармышева балалардың тілін дамытуға жәрдемдесіп, тіпті кей жағдайда емдік пайдасында беретін ерекше ойыншықтар өндіретін инклюзивтік шеберхана ойлап тапқан жан. Биылғы жәрмеңкеде ол өзінің кішкентаймен 17 минут атты жобасын ұсынып отыр.
Баламен бірге ата-аналар да телефонға тілсіз байланған бүгінгі гаджет дәуірінде ата-ана мен бала арасындағы мәдениетті қалыптастыру маңызды міндет. Біз әрбір ана баланы дамытуда аса қажет болып табылатын дүниелерді дер кезінде жасай алатын деңгейде болса екен дейміз. Бұл ауылдық жерлердегі оның ішінде әсіресе қазақ аналар үшін ерекше мотивация болып табылады. Өйткені бала үшін ең мықты маман да, ерекше сыйқырлы күштің иесі де ана.
Биылғы жылғы жәрмеңкеде КО қоғамдағы мүмкіндігі шектеулі жандарды әлеуметтік бейімдеу мен оңалтуға жәрдемдесу, халықты әлеуметтік құқықтық қорғау, азаматтық құқықтар мен бастамаларды қорғау және адам денсаулығы мен қоршаған ортаны қорғау деп аталған 3 номинация бойынша өтінім берілді. Бәсекенің бастапқы бөлімінде қазылар алқасы топ 50 жобаны іріктеп алған.
Біздің қосалқы бөлім адам денсаулығы мен қоршаған ортаны қорғау деп аталады. Конкурсқа қатысушыларда олардың қызметі нақты неге негізделгендігі көрсетілетін жобаның мақсаты міндетті түрде айқындалады. Қоршаған ортаны қорғау, халықтың денсаулығын қорғауға байланысты талаптарды қатаң сақтау қажет.
Идеяның өзектілігінен бөлек, оның әлеуметтік тиімділігі мен тұрақтылығы да ерекше таразыға тартылды. Яғни, бұл ретте ұсынылған әр идеяның нақты бизнес жоспары және одан арғы дамуының жоспары болуы тиіс. Осылайша сан сараптамалық сөзгінің нәтижесінде жәрмеңке финалына тек ауқымды жобалар ғана емес, сонымен бірге өмір сапасын өзгертуге, тұрақты даму мақсатында әлеуметтік экономикалық мәселелерді өңірлік деңгейде шешуге мүмкіндік беретін идеялар да өтті. Біз барлық финалистерге сәттілік тілейміз. Бұл жәрмеңке барлық КО үшін ерекше ынталандырушы күш болып табылады. Конкурсқа қатысушылардың өз күштеріне сеніп, өз кезегінде өзекті, қызықты және әлеуметтік маңызға ие жобалар жасауына жәрдемдеседі. Біздің көзқарасымыз бойынша әр қатысушы жүлдегер болуға лайықты. Бірақ нақты кімнің жеңіс тұғырынан көрінетінін қазылар алқасының шешімі анықтайды. Биылғы жылы Нұрсұлтан Назарбаев қорының грантынан үміткер бастамаларды ұсынғандардың ішінде спорт және оңалту орталықтары, мүмкіндігі шектеулі адамдарды кәсіпкерлік қызметке оқыту жөніндегі жобалар, эко-егіншілік және бау-бақша орталықтары, әлеуметтік наубайхана, мүгедек адамдарға арналған инклюзивті медиашкола, тіпті пластилиндік анимация мектеп студиясы да бар. Сонымен, биылғы жылғы жәрмеңкеде кімдердің жобасы үздік деп танылып, кімнің өз идеясын жүзеге асыру үшін Нұрсұлтан Назарбаев қорының грантын жеңіп алғандығын дәл қазір білетін боламыз.
Who would be the winner of this very contest? We'll get to know now the respective name. The founder of Nursultan Nazarbayev is glad to announce Ana from Kızıldağ region. The Children Development Center is dedicated for the respective conditions to be there in terms of rehabilitation of the children and providing emotional prosperity. Kurgaljan Ecological Observatory of Akmola region, the city of Kurgaljan, it's about having the youth ornithology center for the children. The project implies to have the respective specialists in ornithology to teach the children in the respective sphere. Public fund of Eastern Kazakhstan, that's about the plastilene animation studio for the special needs children. It is suggested that we are going to have not only to teach the children, but to also produce the respective video clips and animations. Berikestana Union of Disabled People Social Nurse Project for Low-Income Family and their children, and helping them in their respective life matters, having less burden and pressure on them. the help for women and children. The public fund of Reliance, the city of Almaty, inclusive media school, having a media hub, a media school that would be an integrated platform for preparing media products, modern technologies, audio and video technologies and content, providing the digital mass media means. Public Union Ahmed Jola, Kostanay region city of Kostanay, that's a project that would help the children and adolescents in their rights. Due to the knowledge of their rights, the children will be able to protect their respective rights. The public fund Together Against Cancer in the city of Almaty is going to be dedicated for providing the respective campaigns and trainings in regard to the respective cancer types. Ages 18 to 20 were the respective participants. ECOM Public Union. The project is dedicated for greening the municipal territories, wild bushes, given the conditions of the city. We congratulate our participants and wish them all the best in implementing their ambitious goals. At this point, the forum is closing, and we do hope that for it to be a truly dialogue platform, we have to understand that many issues were raised here, starting from the ecological matters all the way to the social entrepreneurship, innovations in technologies, and the protection of civil rights.
And we hope that the forum will become a key instrument in the consolidation of effort of the government, business, and civil sector for sustained development and prosperity of the country. So I want to express cordial gratitude to participants of the forum. Some special thanks for these 2 days. Of course, we have had a lot of interesting speakers, and our main goal is the prosperity of our motherland. Goodbye, everybody.